calling this meeting back to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent, would you like to guide us?
Thank you. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4.2, broadcast statement. Student Member Zhang.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 22nd at 6 p.m. and Monday, May 23rd at noon. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Student Member Zhang. Item 4.3, stellar students. We have several stellar students tonight. I'll let Member Wu take it from here.
Tonight's stellar students are Meg Del Wheat, or Maggie Kemper, Cristobal Trujillo Montiel, both 8th graders, and Leilani Street, a freshman. All 3 students attend the School of Engineering and Sciences and were chosen by Principal Butraga. Here is what she had to say. Maggie Kemper is a high-achieving student who demonstrates resilience, kindness, and truthfulness. She comes to school with a positive attitude and is an excellent role model for her peers. Cristobal is a kind and caring young man. He practices empathy and shows genuine concern for others. Additionally, he completely dedicated to his own growth and success and consistently models what engagement should be for all students. Leilani is an exemplary student who is intelligent, hardworking, and responsible. More importantly, she exemplifies our Rocket's traits. In particular, she is kind and open-minded. Would the 3 like to come to the podium, please? Would you like to say a few words? Tell us who you are.
Hello, my name is Leilani Street. I am a senior attending the School of Engineering and Sciences, and I would just like to say thank you very much for this award.
Hello, my name is Maggie Kemper, and it is an honor to get this reward and be nominated by my principal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cristobal Trujillo Montiel, and I am honored to have been chosen from Ms. Petrago, and I'm an 8th grader from School of Engineering and Sciences.
Remember, if you want to stay right up here, Member Wu's going to come down there with some certificates for you. Congratulations.
Want to take a picture?
No, just member rules. Yeah, well, oh, we can all go down there. Come on. Yeah. All right, congratulations. All right, congratulations again. Keep up the hard work. Good work. All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
President Pritchett, there are no items to report out of closed session.
All right. All right. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Thank you. Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. We have an agenda. All right. Item 7.0, public comment. And before we start with public comment, I have a statement from the board on the district plan to restore learning time owed to our students. Our students deserve the quality learning time that they are owed. Following 2 years of learning impacted by COVID, our students need more time with their teachers, not less. We believe that our labor partners also care deeply about the needs of all students who missed critical learning time this year as a result of the strike. While we tried to extend the school year, we could not receive all the necessary assurance to appropriately staff all of our schools, especially given the varying needs of our diverse student population. With less than a month left in the school year, the uncertainty surrounding our schedule had reached a point where families deserved a final answer. Rather than rush to get a deal done that would leave our schools with staffing concerns, we decided it was best just to end the school year as scheduled and look for another way to recover the valuable time our students have lost. By taking more time to collaborate on a future solution for recovering learning time, our families will be able to plan their lives around a future change to the school calendar. This will also give families and community leaders the certainty that they need to make plans over the next 3 summers, including summer school, summer enrichment, summer jobs, and vacations. SUSD will continue to work with our labor partners as the waiver request is developed. If our district is successful in getting a waiver from the California State Board of Education, adding 16 additional days of learning time will also reduce the financial penalties our district faces as a result of not meeting the required instructional days and minutes this year. We would then proudly invest the restored penalty funds in our students through the salaries for staff who work the additional 16 instructional days. Investing in more learning time that we owe our students is a much better use of precious school dollars than forfeiting the funds to pay a penalty. Thank you. Mr. Heap, public comment.
Yes, we have 8 people signed up for public comment, beginning with Taylor Kayada, followed by Maria Rodriguez, Javier Esparza, and Stephen Painter.
Go on.
Good evening. I have a statement I'd like to read to you from myself and 15 other parents and community members, also representing the thoughts and comments of many others in our community. To the Board of Trustees and Superintendent, please reconsider your approach to COVID safety. Number one, allow for remote testimony, since the current rules are based on pre-pandemic times and we are not in a post-pandemic era yet. Number two, include a standing agenda item on COVID safety at every meeting. Number three, reinstate the mask mandate through the end of the school year. We've attached public comments that have been sent to your emails, and we hope you can take a look at the thoughts and feelings from your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kayada. Hello, Maria.
Hello, President Pritchett. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the school board. I intended to speak to you about how it's actually more important to move up the school year than it is to tack on more days, but I just came from a meeting which redirected my attention. As you know, my name is Maria Rodriguez, and my sons graduated from JFK High School in 2017 and 2020. I would like to talk to you about the decline of that school's band program, which was a championship-winning organization of 150 diverse students. I just met with the president and treasurer of the boosters to help with their budget planning work and found out that the band is down to 70 members, with expectations that the band will be at 50 next year. There is no longer even a color guard. True, John F. Kennedy Band color guard was heavily impacted by the pandemic, but there were other factors that made this band's decline steeper and potentially more long-term than the decline of other band programs. Band director and SCUSD teacher Mr. Hammond grew up in Sacramento region. He was part of an award-winning Granite Bay High School band, and he endeavored to build a band which would one day outcompete Granite Bay. And Mr. Hammond accomplished his goal in 2019, which was also the year that the band won the regional championships. They beat out Bay Area bands that have, like, a single person could donate the whole band uniforms in the Bay Area. Anyway, Mr. Hammond was the reason that both of my sons chose to attend Sam Brannan Junior High. I wish I had the time to tell you the many stories I have about students whose lives have been positively impacted by the music program and Mr. Hammond, but I don't have time, so I want to plant a few seeds. One, please send some money to this program. The band boosters in 2019 raised $85,000 for the program, but with the decline, they don't have the families to do that. Let the families focus on what they need to do and give them some funds. If not, at least agree to fund their transportation to their competitions. Two, consider staffing. I don't know that there's enough at the district level, and I also know that Mr. Hammond is essentially a profit center because he was one teacher teaching 150 kids. That program should have been duplicated and not decimated. Three, have a budget forum where people can spend more time talking to you face to face about their ideas. There are so many people in this community that know things, that want to share things with you. I have tried to email you all over the years, and I get very little reply. And three, should any of you have the opportunity to meet Mr. Hammond, please ask him to tell you about Sophia. At one of my last LCAP meetings, some of my coworkers implied that band is for the privileged. Knowing the students at JFK, I can tell you that is not the case. And if you ever see Mr. Hammond, ask him to tell you about his students, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sergeant Major Esparza, followed by Stephen Painter.
Welcome.
Good evening. Tonight we'll be talking about the physical education credit awarded to students enrolled in junior ROTC program. I intend to yield the remainder of my time, considering I'm one of the newer instructors in the district, to Lieutenant Colonel Fedor of CK McClatchy. When I was hired at John F. Kennedy High School through the Sacramento City Unified School District, I was under the impression that the programs were fully supported and that we were fully credentialed and prepared to provide the students with the education that they needed and the credentials they needed in order to graduate. Recently, we have been told that we do not qualify for the physical education credit for ninth graders. I'll let the two gentlemen following me give us the legal context and the historical background, as they have been here much longer than I have. What I will say is that in the 4 years I've been in this district, the 4 years I've put into these students at John F. Kennedy High School, we have built a program that meets the 8 content areas required by the Education Code. We more than satisfy the minutes of physical activity required by the Education Code. All I ask is, when my two colleagues are done talking, is that we at least consider the process for continuous improvement includes planning, doing, checking, acting. Please come on down and look at our program. Assess how we meet the requirements in the Education Code. Assess the quality of instruction and the effort and results produced by our students. I welcome the feedback. I ask for the feedback. I plead for the feedback. But what's happening right now is being removed from our ability, and we're not even given the opportunity to show that we can do this, and we are doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Colonel Stephen Painter. I'm one of 2 instructors at Hiram Johnson. I don't know if you knew it, but you have 4 ROTC units in the Sacramento City Unified School District, 2 Air Force, 1 Navy, and 1 Marine Corps. There's a requirement for enrollment for each of the services, and we have to have a minimum of 100. By not allowing PE credit for the programs, our enrollment will drastically be reduced, and we can fall very short of that number. And we've already started to see that ramifications this year in several of the programs. It won't take very long before the Department of Defense figures this out, and they will just close the programs. Our programs have been here in this district, when you add up all the time, about 150 years between the 4 programs. We have the oldest Air Force program in all of Northern California, oldest 2. Something I know that we don't want to jeopardize. All these amazing students have gone through the years. We're talking thousands of cadets have gone through our doors, tens of thousands of community service hours we've done. We're helping shape the future leaders of Sacramento, and these are folks that are already in the area and are doing some tremendous things. The PE accreditation has been granted. Your predecessors, years and years ago, had already fostered and came up with ideas to add for an incentive for the program. So we're not asking to change the wheel. We're just asking to continue this. There is some gray area between CDE policy and board policy. We're asking you to look at that gray area and to find an avenue or find a way to continue this. This has to work. We have to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Master Sergeant Phil McGreeny, followed by Jody Bone, Ed Fedor, and Terrence Gladney.
Good evening.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us here. It's good to be here and see everybody in person through this brutal year we've had. Basically, my name is Master Sergeant Phil McGreevy. I'm a ASI at McClatchy High School. You just heard some of my colleagues talking in regards to the struggle with PE credit for our freshman students in all of our programs. I'd like to bring it up to us from a student standpoint in regards to, by not allowing this PE credit for our freshmen, it's a struggle for our students in scheduling, not only for other classes, but a lot of these students that we have go to this program for that physical activity, for that military environment, for that leadership skills they get, things like that. We have some great, amazing programs. We have some wonderful, tremendous students that go on into civilian careers, military, etc., go on to college, academy grads, flight academy, things like that, America's future leaders. We do not want to jeopardize that community outreach we have, that effect we have on our students and to our community by having our enrollment reduced because of the lack of PE accreditation for our programs in regards to freshman students. I thank you all for your time. I just wanted to piggyback on these guys, amazing programs we have. And McClatchy would also like to invite you as well to come check out our programs anytime. And I believe I've met Mr. Aguilar at our program once outside. We were doing drills. Good to see you out there. We do some tremendous things. And anytime you have questions, once again, this is in regards to PE credit for our freshman students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next is Jody Bone, and followed by Ed Fedor and Terrence Gladney.
My name is Jody Bone, and I teach first grade at Golden Empire Elementary School. I've taught in the district for 37 years, and I live in East Sacramento, Member Garcia's area. I'm also on the union's bargaining team and have been so for about 3 years. I've been to all the bargaining sessions except one last spring, and I've never seen anybody here on any of those calls. My original comments tonight were to be focused on imploring my school board to direct the district's bargaining team to accept the union's well-thought-out and thorough proposal that addresses all the concerns of the district, including staffing for the proposed 6 extra days. I would also have touched upon the most frustrating part of bargaining for me. A district bargaining team that comes unprepared and clearly has not done their homework. A district team with a lack of urgency, as it regularly takes 2 to 10 days to come back with a counter proposal. A district team that clearly does not have the authority to reach an agreement with the union. All this has changed, of course, because unfortunately today, families received an email at 12:45 p.m. declaring the district unilaterally decided to make no changes to this year's academic calendar, and instead has embraced the strong possibility of incurring a fine of close to $45 million. At 1:45 p.m., I received, along with my colleagues, that same email. My school board and the superintendent and his cabinet will be held accountable for this incomprehensible and absolutely irresponsible decision. And while I cannot vote for my superintendent, I can vote for the board member who represents me in Area 2. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Ed Fedor. I'm an aerospace science instructor at McClatchy High School. Back in 2000, I've been there 12 years. Back in 2014, I had the distinction of speaking at the California Credentialing Commission for Teachers. And at that time, I spoke in the behest of ROTC giving PE credit, and there were literally hundreds of lawyers speaking against us. We won. I have a copy for you, if you're interested, on the overture that was passed in February 2015 by the Teaching Credential and by your predecessor's Board of Education meeting dated 5/15/2015, where you passed the resolution granting JROTC to give PE credit. I have also a copy of an email between the district lawyer and at the time the chief business officer of the district, Ken Forrest, also endorsing this movement. What has happened in the last 2 years is when you read what the Credentialing Commission said, they gave us PE credit for CTE, which is who we are. We hired because of our military background. Just like criminal justice hired for the police background, law academy for those who were lawyers. It specifically states that CTE credentials may give PE credit for grades 12 and below. It's in black and white. Last year, an audit was done. My principal called me in and said, "You're teaching a class that you're not credentialed for." I said, "What's that?" They go, "PE." I said, "I pass the set tests, all 3 of them. I'm credentialed, look it up in the commissioning online." They did. Somebody at the district said, "Well, yeah, that's true, but your CSET or your CTE, you didn't go through a 5-year program, so we don't recognize you for freshmen." I need you to reinforce, we need you to reinforce what the school board passed back in 2015 and end this turmoil.
Thank you. Mr. Gladney? Good evening.
Last time I was here at the last board meeting, I guess I, spoke on an assumption that the school year was going to be extended. But shame on me because it wasn't the first, second, third, or even probably 100th time that the district has surprised me or not surprised me with action or inaction. Even though parents received the email an hour before teachers, that probably is the first, it actually was just a continuum of practices in which parents were told what the district thought was best. It would have been quite easy to survey parents to see who actually intended to have their students in school. And I think the assumption was, well, if we survey them, then we'll possibly lend to it being okay for more than 20 or 25 or 30% of teachers to be absent. because that's some arbitrary number. But I would challenge, if we are, again, a data-driven district, what if we found out that 20% was too many teachers to be gone? If we truly were interested in finding out how to best prepare for outcomes in the unknown, we just ask. You ask parents, you welcome to the table, and you say, you are the caretakers and the long-term forever custodians of our children, and you know best. There's no amount of credentials or votes or titles that you all can have there that can tell me how best to serve my children, whether it's my biological children or the children I see every day. They trust me, they trust their parents, they trust the people who actually see them every day, that aren't using them for photo ops, they aren't using them for bylines, social media opportunities. If you guys truly care, all you have to do is ask. It doesn't take much. People on this side of the dais ask you guys hundreds, thousands of times for answers, but yet you guys remain silent. You guys remain silent when there's communication going out like there was today, and I would have liked to see that statement that we apologize to your parents for assuming on your behalf. Thank you.
Next speaker? No additional speakers? Right. Were you going to address? No.
Board members, I will make sure that we come back on the issue, the public commenters related to PE credits. I do want to make sure that we brief the board on that item through a board communication.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for coming out. All right, item 8.0, special presentations. 8.1, resolution number 3273, recognition of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Mark Carnero, student member Zhang, and the Student Advisory Council. Welcome.
Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, the board. Tonight I have the honor of representing the Student Advisory Council alongside student board member Zhang in the recognition of Asian American Heritage Month, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So with that, we're going to just read through our resolution and in celebration. So we'll be, again, co-presenting. So resolution 3273. All right. So whereas one of the earliest records of Asian Pacific Islander Americans in the United States dates back to 1763 in New Orleans, Louisiana, where Filipino sailors who worked the Manila-Acapulco trade route settled. And whereas Asian and Pacific Islander Americans have made indelible contributions to the history of California and the United States that include, but are not limited to, building the Transcontinental Railroad, serving honorably in the armed forces, fighting for the United States in foreign wars, co-organizing the Delano grape strike, and advocating for civil rights. And whereas Asian and Pacific Islander Americans have endured hardships, including unjust working conditions, prejudice, and discrimination in some of the darkest times in our state's and nation's history, including the Chinese Exclusion Act, naturalized citizenship and eligibility, the Alien Land Law, anti-miscegenation laws, and Japanese internment. And whereas Asian and Pacific Islander Americans continue to cultivate, advance, and lead in fields of art, fashion, business, technology, education, science, government, law, humanities, medicine, sports, and entertainment. And whereas California is home to over 6.38 million Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, more than any other state, and Asian and Pacific Islander Americans are one of the fastest growing ethnic populations in the state and nation.
Whereas Asian and Pacific Islander Americans constitute 16% of California's population and represent diverse ancestries that include but are not limited to Asian, Indian, Bangladeshi, Bhutanese, Burmese, Cambodian, Chamorro, Chinese, Taiwanese, Filipino, Hmong, Indonesian, Yunnan, Iwo Jimon, Guamanian, Japanese, Korean, Laotian, Malaysian, Maldivian, Mongolian, Nepalese, Native Hawaiian, Vietnamese, Okinawan, Pakistani, Samoan, Singaporean, Sri Lankan, Thai, Tongan, and other Pacific Islander. And whereas California's Asian and Pacific Islander American entrepreneurs are innovative and lead many successful businesses to the pinnacle of their respective industries, nationally and globally, and 31.5% of the nation's Asian-owned businesses are in California. And whereas Sacramento City Unified School District has more than 9,000 students who identify as Asian American Pacific Islander, whereas federal law designates May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in Section 102 of Title 36 of the United States Code, and whereas celebrating Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides Californians with an opportunity to recognize the achievements, contributions, and history of Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. Now therefore be it resolved that the month of May 2022 and every May thereafter be recognized as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month NSCSD.
Do we have any public comment? No public comment? All right. Can I get a motion to approve do we have any board comment? Let's start, go ahead. No board comment? No? All right. I got a motion and a second. Second. Okay. It's student preferential vote. Aye. All right. Superintendent, roll call, please.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
All right. Congratulations. Has that been the first time you've been on that side of the dais? All right. Looks like you're not going very far. Item number 8.2, resolution number 3275, recognition of sex ed for all month. Student member Zhang and Mark Canero and the Student Advisory Council.
All right, thank you. This will be the second resolution we are presenting tonight. Again, it is a Sex Ed for All month resolution, Resolution 3275. Whereas Sex Ed for All month is a nationwide observance that calls on people to take action to invest so as to ensure all young people have access to inclusive and honest sex education. Whereas young people face vast systemic inequities and structural barriers to ensuring their lifelong health. Whereas racial disparities persist in young people's sexual health, highlighting ongoing social inequities in access to sex education as well as sexual health services. Whereas access to quality information and education about young people's sexual health is a critical step towards addressing disparities caused by structural barriers. Whereas despite historic declines, the United States has the highest rate of unintended teen pregnancy among comparable countries and limited resources available for young parents. And whereas young people ages 15 through 25 contract half of the 19 million sexually transmitted infections each year, despite making up only a quarter of the sexually active population. And whereas young people under the age of 25 accounted for 1 in 5 new HIV transmissions, whereas 3/4 of LGBT students report harassment, 56% report feeling unsafe, and nearly a third skipped at least one day of school in the month prior to reporting due to concerns for their safety. Whereas approximately 1 in 3 young women in the United States experiences physical, emotional, or verbal abuse from a dating partner. Whereas sex education that includes information beyond abstinence has been found to delay sexual intercourse, increase condom or contraceptive use, reduce the number of partners among young people, and decrease physical aggression with intimate partners. Whereas young people who have received sex education are 50% less likely to experience an unintended pregnancy, 31% less likely to contract a sexually transmitted infection, and more likely to delay sexual activity and use contraception upon becoming sexually active.
Whereas sex education provides information about the prevention, treatment, and care of pregnancy, sexually transmitted infections, and interpersonal violence, the importance of consent as a basis for healthy relationships and for autonomy in health care, sexual orientation, gender roles, and gender discrimination, the historical and current conditions in which education and health systems, policies, programs, services, and practices have uniquely adversely impacted Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian American, and Pacific Islander, and other people of color. Whereas sex education promotes gender equity and is inclusive of young people with varying gender identities, gender expressions, and sexual orientations, safe and healthy relationships, and racial equity, ensuring responsiveness to the needs of young people who are Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. Whereas sex education promotes and upholds the rights of young people to information that empowers them to make decisions about their bodies, health, sexuality, families, and communities in all areas of life. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUSD Board of Education does hereby recognize May of each year is now recognized as Sex Ed for All Month and supports the important work and services provided by campus staff, managers, administrators, and teachers throughout the district and across the nation. Be it further resolved, commence implementation of sex education in schools and continued professional development for educators and administrative staff that work with young people. Resolved further, discourages health education programs that withhold health promoting or life-saving information about sexuality-related topics, including HIV, are medically inaccurate or incomplete, promote gender or racial stereotypes that are unresponsive to gender or racial inequities, fail to address the needs of sexually active young people, pregnant or parenting young people, survivors of interpersonal violence, or youth of all physical, developmental, or mental abilities, fail to be inclusive of individuals with varying gender identities, gender expressions, and sexual orientations, or are inconsistent with the ethical imperatives of medicine and public health. Further resolved, calls for all youth-serving professionals, educators, and decision-makers who impact the life of youth to take action to ensure access to inclusive and honest sex education for all young people. Finally resolved, SUSD prioritizes sex education programs that are evident, informed, comprehensive in scope, confidential, equitable, accessible, medically accurate and complete, age and developmentally appropriate, culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and resilience-orientated.
Perfect. Do we have any public comment? Do we have any board comment? Member Morosky? Then Member Garcia?
Just wanted to really thank you for bringing this forward. Appreciate the opportunity to move it at the appropriate time.
Member Garcia?
Also want to thank our student board member for bringing these two resolutions, really important resolutions, and I really appreciate seeing you present them yourself. So, and I'll go ahead and second that.
Great, thank you. I agree with my colleagues here. I do have one question for you. Do you happen to know within our current sex ed curriculum if there is information regarding human trafficking?
That is a good question. I think the person you want to speak to is Janet Cantwell, who's been really the backbone of this work, and she is working with Matthew Coleman as well. So,
I'll answer that. Good evening. Thank you, Member Pritchett. That's an excellent question. And yes, in our high school materials, there is information on human trafficking.
And are they receive sex ed starting in which grade?
So the state mandate is that our students receive sex education in middle school with their 7th grade teachers, as well as in their biology classes in high school. There is no state mandate for K-6 sexual health education. And so one of the things that our science coordinator, along with Janet Cantwell, who's one of our training specialists, has been working on is we do have a comprehensive sexual health education curriculum for K-6 that is free and available to all teachers, but we do not have a mandate that it's provided. And so it is available, but there's not a requirement at this time.
So is the K-6 just mainly about anatomy and?
So it actually spans a huge range of topics that really start with having healthy relationships, establishing your own identity, and things like that. So in the lower grades, there isn't really a lot of even what we would consider sexual health education, but it does fall into that category. And in fact, Matt Coleman, our science coordinator, has said that we really need to call it something else, because when we call it comprehensive sex education, it can be really scary for parents when we're talking about that, particularly for our younger students. But the curriculum really does range a whole array of topics that are really important for children.
Yeah, I totally agree with the name being scary for that grade. Is there any talk of the possibility of adding human trafficking into the middle school curriculum?
I don't know. That's a question that I would need to follow up with Matt Coleman. I know that the curriculum that we use for 7th grade and for high school biology is, based on state requirements. And so, there are concerns around the age appropriateness of certain topics and how we're introducing that. Obviously, it's a really important thing to bring our middle schoolers into awareness about as well, given what a prevalent issue it is. And so I can definitely ask him about that, and we can circle back with you.
That would be great. In my day job, I work a lot with this, and we see younger and younger groups, especially 6th, 7th, 8th grade groups that are being trafficked. And so that's why I ask. I think that it's important that they're learning about it at a young age, even if it's just little bits and pieces, so they understand what trafficking means, because it doesn't always mean what they think it means, right?
Right.
And we've had the group Shine come and do girls empowerment for our younger grades, teaching them those little bits and pieces that they need to know to be able to protect themselves. So that would be great if you could look into that.
I'd
for
be
me.
happy to do that. And if you'd like, I can also ask Matt to put together just an overview of what the topics are for both 7th grade and for high school biology, so that you all can have an idea of
would
what
love that.
they are. And also what the K5, K6 looks like too. So we'll
Thank
get
you.
something to you on that soon.
Thank you all for your
Okay.
work on this.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote? Aye. All right, Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes? Aye. Member Marowski? Aye. Member Wu?
Fantastic. Thank you both. All right. Mr. Lozano, item 8.3, safety update.
All right, good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, board members. It's great to be back in person with a refresher in our space here with all of the improvements that we have. But as you were talking about the sex trafficking awareness, I was reminded that this is also Mental Health Awareness Month. And also just a few days past the tragedy of what happened in Buffalo, New York, with the hatred that transpired on that terrorist attack on the Black community. But I was listening to the president the other day, and he was talking about how they believe that maybe the indoctrination that drove this behavior, how that was something that they were looking at that was maybe transpiring during when we were all shut in and doing distance learning, that maybe the internet influence on that student was part of what they believe happened. And so it's all part of the conversation for safety. And I think it's important that we are mindful of these things and that we are aware of how, what we've been dealing with the last couple of years, how this really is impacting our students. And it kind of sheds light on what we're seeing happening in our society today. And since school is a reflection of society, I'm glad to be back here with the conversation with the safety update. As we ended last year, starting the school year, we talked about what were we going to do for safety. And I just want to highlight the fact that, our plans are always in place for our comprehensive school safety plans collectively, and the deadline was in March, and everybody submitted. We had a great response from the principals and school site staff and the fidelity of what those plans look like. But we kind of went into the school year thinking, how are we going to respond to situations? And so I'm referring to our response to this point in our school year as kind of the phase one, with the coordination in trying to provide support to our school sites when things transpire. But just kind of backing up and taking us back to, kind of how we got here. I don't know if who am I talking to on the slides? Is there a clicker or something? Oh, my face right there. Got these glasses on and can't see. All right. But the reimagined conversation, and so it starts back in June of 2020 when it was decided that we were going to move forward with school without the assistance of our school resource officers. And so what we did is we put together a response, kind of a model that we could present to our school site administration as to how we were going to frame up moving into the school year. And utilizing the resources that were already in place. With Campus Monitor, our security services, and our student supporting services to develop an appropriate and adequate response when we had issues on campus. So we convened with the Reimagined School Safety, we call the task force, from August through February of 2021. This was the definition that they came up with as a group collectively as we were tasked through that resolution to do so. We were also brought together some recommendations, and these were the 5 recommendations that came out of those conversations. The resolution pointed out the need to address systemic racism and to interrupt the school-to-prison pipeline, in addition to a few other objectives. But as you can see, a lot of the conversation had to do with equity and finances and some of the other issues that we were facing at the time as a district. The community had a lot to say about that. So this is the way it started. I look at this slide and I think there's one guy on there, and and that was basically our response, but it really doesn't capture all of the great work that's happening at the school sites, working together, communicating, and I have to give the credit to our school site administration, as to how we communicated and navigated through the school year up to this point, which included football games and all of our sports and activities. But the problem with this is it was just me and a part-time assistant answering the phone and putting things together and really trying to show up to provide that support to the school sites. So even in our strategy, we had to, it was an opportunity to develop, like I said, take inventory of what we already had, and also to be mindful and to keep at the forefront of our process the sentiments of our school community at the time, and in the direction of our leadership, and also the funding challenges, which even back then were a reality. So it was $600,000 allocated for school resource officers, and that was going to be reimagined for an alternate safety plan. And we keep bumping up against these things that we have to consider, and some of what I was calling gaps at one point. And that was to investigate and respond to crimes against students, some of the mental health challenges that we experienced, some of the crisis at school sites. What happens when we have weapons and suspected weapons on campus, the supervision for large events, and also the threats to school safety. And we, through a lot of the confessions, chat lines, and, the subtle implications of shootings and all these things that have to be investigated, we really had some gaps that we had to overcome. So from phase 1 to phase 2, it changes a lot as far as our plans of what we're looking for. We learned a lot through the process up to this point through the school year. And the primary issue is we need more adult supervision and presence on our school campuses. Besides what we already were dealing with coming back this year, just to be able to have the appropriate response to opportunities of prevention and intervention, even when they presented themselves. Principals would call and they could say, "Hey, Ray, I'm feeling this, and I think this is happening." But we didn't have any resources to really send to the school sites to take advantage of those opportunities. So in phase 2, we added another layer, which are our community organizations. And this last year, they did a great job showing up. Our city has a dynamic violence interruption and prevention processes with our violence prevention through the city that are youth serving. And so also with the student supportive services that are in place already, it was phenomenal as to what they were able to do to respond when things came up to support our students and our school sites. And then we realized that the structure of our safety, of our security department didn't really fit some of the needs for engagement with students that we are looking to fill, moving forward. So we developed what's called a safety officer position, which is more, which is allocated to the safety department and not so much assigned to facilities like kind of with the structure that we have in place. And also with the lead campus monitors, some other positions that we're building in, for lead campus monitors that we can have at a district level to dispatch to respond to certain situations as they arise throughout the district. The current way that the way that campus monitors with all their potential, the way that it's set up is basically, they're allocated and assigned to each school site. So, not being able to have any alignment or to provide training and do those things is something that we realized we needed to build in at the district level. We've talked about this in the past with the school administration and the guidance about when to call, and kind of provided that framework for moving into this school year. And we broke down our responses into emergency and non-emergency. So of course, emergency is when we got to get law enforcement involved, call 911 because things are escalating and there's some real crisis and some safety concerns. And once that gets mitigated down to a non-emergency, that's where we get back involved. We grab onto that and do what we can at the district level, most of which was going to be post-crisis conflict mediation and different things that we were able to step into, whether that's problems between parents, the adults coming on the campus, and a variety of scenarios that we had to work through this year. So basically, this is the framework for non-emergency. It's the opportunity for prevention and intervention. We want to make sure that we acknowledge and bring in all the layers of our school community to participate in the conversation for community safety, for school safety, as it was reimagined. So every student, making sure that we're engaging with the parents and caretakers, validating the role and reinforcing, the culture as it relates to the campus regarding our relationships with our campus monitors and teachers, and even the school site administration. Our community organizations, like I said, I've been navigating with them. We have a relationship with them to where they're doing mediations, they're providing mentorship. A lot of the issues that were happening on campus were transpiring in the community or social media, and it would find its way on our campus, and some things from school would end up down the street. So having those violence interrupters and some of the community organizations working with us, it really gave us a capacity to step into situations, as it transpired, or to get ahead of situations. And then, of course, the school admin, we stand behind all this, and when all else fails, we have law enforcement. But I do want to acknowledge that a student dealing directly with law enforcement is a broken situation, and so we look for every opportunity to make sure that these layers are in place. Versus emergency crisis response, reiterating the need for drills and training for the school site, because we know that if something happens at school, our first responders are going to be our students and the folks that are there on site. And so that's the emphasis. We see the need for training. We see the need for more of a collective systemic response when things happen, and to really be consistent with that. So that we're confident and that we can reduce some of the anxiety and fear when we do have lockdowns and things that are happening, that we're in motion doing the best we can to make sure that our students are safe. So I'll just get past this. It just changes the structure a little bit in a crisis as to how we would respond, but always acknowledging and bringing in our school community as partners. So our student supportive services is still part of the plan. Our lead campus monitors, I explained that a little bit. The advantage of having a relationship with students. When nothing is wrong, we'll have the resources, to be able to check in and work with those students that we know that might be volatile or demonstrating, problematic behavior. These things a lot of it didn't just happen in one day. Those one-day fights our school sites would respond to and deal with, but it's the problems come with the 3-4 day escalation, and then when it blows up, we saw how explosive that can be. But also to provide training, we trained a team of crisis prevention. We trained a team of campus monitors in Crisis Prevention Institute training, which was to de-escalate and all the way to controlling behavior and giving them the tools to be able to do so. So the role of our safety officers is redefined with those positions. Really looking forward to having those resources in place. And again, making space for our community organizations to have a role in our approach for safety. So this is what it'll look like for myself and dealing with the operations and the safety intervention and response coordinator, who will basically manage the safety officer and the 2 lead campus monitors. So what happens is we'll have a safety officer and 2 lead campus monitors at each comprehensive high school to be responsible for that site and all of the feeder schools, so that it's about relationship and communication, but also providing that support for yard duties and everybody else all the way down to the elementary school level. And so if something were to happen, for example, at Johnson, we can send 2 or 3 people over to help out. If 2 or 3 isn't going to work, we'll send 4, 5, and 6. But we have the staff and folks that are in place to help respond and to address issues best we can to prevent crisis. So the training is part of this. It also provides us with the 5 safety officers the opportunity to step into investigations. A lot of things are happening with internet threats, and our principals are just overwhelmed with trying to capture and work through whether something's credible or not. So we'll have a team that can come alongside the school sites to be that liaison with law enforcement and to be able to kind of understand investigations and evidence and those kinds of things. Let me see here. And so that's what it incorporates. It'll be 5 safety officers, 10 lead campus monitors, and 1 coordinator as part of the Safe Schools team, so that we can be in position to support our school sites. So this is just an example of when we responded this year. You'll see you got the Black Child Legacy campaign showed up, and some of our other, community engagement organizations, our community-based organizations. And I'll say that we have the best at the table. Sacramento has done a great job at understanding intervention and prevention, and we're fortunate that if you're going to work with youth in Sacramento, you got to be working with youth in the school district. So this is just an example of the training we went through. Folks are excited, but again, we all got trained, but we didn't have the ability to pull anybody out of their positions to actually do the training, because we were, we really needed the bodies and the adult supervision at the school sites. So, and in considering all this, looking back at these safety considerations, you can kind of see how we are doing better at filling even those gaps that a lot of which are we defer to law enforcement, but it's to help out in investigations, to work with our students when crises are impending with mental health concerns, how to approach dealing with the possibility that there's weapons on campus, the supervision for large events. We have relationship, and we have resources to put in there in those layers, and also understanding the fidelity of our comprehensive school safety plans, and to always assess and investigate, to be able to investigate those threats to school safety, because when they send a patrol officer to a school, when law enforcement shows up, they're the bottom line authority, right? I mean, that's kind of how, when they show up and we hand something over, they're going to take it and kind of navigate the investigation. But what we found, what we have to do is actually do some of the investigation ourselves, and then be able to actually hand them something to work from, so that we can make sure that we're all traveling in the right direction. So you can see how even having some resources closes some of the concerns on the safety gaps. That's it. I can take a breath. I know we're rolling here.
Public comment?
We have two public comments on this agenda item. First is Terrence Gladney.
Terrence?
As a parent at Kennedy, my daughter's now a senior. For the record, like, community organizations in our district preceded the pandemic. When the fights and the outbreak of fights happened at Kennedy, it was Greg King and Always Knocking and other community members. It was OGs from the neighborhood that came and shut that down. It wasn't SROs. It wasn't campus monitors, which we had a plethora of them across campus. It was people from the neighborhoods. And that goes back to historic times before integration of schools. In the Black community, it's always been people that lived on your block, people that you trusted in a way that you feared, people that knew your parents, your grandma, your aunts. That is the Black child legacy of safety. So yes, on paper, it may have been 2020, 2021, but historically, I have a problem when we say that we want to look at the root causes that are influencing Black students. We're talking about community organizations. I see no one else at the table besides our safety officer or head. That's a problem. When I look at the last slide, I see a huge flow chart. I don't see where community-based organizations exist in that flow chart. So it's one thing to mention by name. I don't see in the threat of violence or school climate, I don't see those things that happened at Kit Carson, at West Campus, at McClatchy that precipitated the Black African American Advisory Board. I don't see those things represented. So those are the micro or macro, however you want to address them, however you want to identify them. Those are the root causes. People like me that are younger than me, that I'm fighting for their survival in our school system that they generate dollars for, not feeling safe in a campus or on a campus that is across the street from their home or that they have to be bused to. When we talk about neighborhoods, we don't acknowledge neighborhoods here until it fits a narrative for votes. We won't address open enrollment. So how can a student feel safe when no one from his neighborhood that he goes to every day after school is at his campus because he has to travel to a quote unquote better school? This is not comprehensive. This is not sufficient. And you guys, as our elected officials, need to demand more. I work with these youth that we're talking about. I don't see them represented in this plan. This is very surface level.
Thank you, Terrence. Next speaker. Maria.
I was also looking at that flow chart and was astounded by the clarity of the flow chart where there's high schools and their feeder schools. And I'm wondering if anyone other than Terrence and I see this problem. But what is the feeder school to these high schools? Because I can tell you what I know from my experience, it's Matsuyama to Sutter to McClatchy. Is that how you're going to look at this? Okay, just checking.
Thank you. No additional public comment?
No more public comment.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lozado, you know I have a lot of questions, as I always do in this topic. First, I wanted to get some clarification in regard to what you had said about the SUSD security services, like the ones that are standing in the back of our room. Did you say that now they are under you?
No.
They are still under facilities?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask, the superintendent's not here, but if we can have it on record, I want that looked at, because I think I've asked that like 3, maybe even longer ago, of like, I don't understand why our security services would be under the facilities department. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And so maybe if we can get a board communication of an explanation, and then maybe we can bring that back to have a further discussion of why that, because I thought it had changed. So on page 13 on the flow chart for emergency and crisis response, do you have like the little thing here, it says first to respond on site, and then it's student. Is that because a student's not responding to a crisis, right? That's not what that meant, right?
No, what that means is that if something happens, those impacted that are, when we're talking about lockdown drills and knowing what to do and being prepared, it includes our students. But those just represent the layers of when something really happens and kind of where we are now, making sure that we have more cohesion, consistency, and that, the culture of safety is incorporating those layers because they're going to be the first to respond, and there are some expectations, and there is a need for cooperation, with students when things are going on some of on those safety protocols, until law enforcement can get there.
Because when I think of like a fight breaking out at a high school, I think, someone yells fight, and then you see 100 students running towards the fight and 50 students running the other way. And so I'm trying to like envision in my mind of what you mean by student response. Because we don't want them to get hurt by like thinking that, oh, go run towards the fight, right?
Yeah.
And making it worse.
Yeah, it goes down to the appropriate response when things happen. We lock down, when you're talking about the drills for lockdown and when we actually have to initiate that process, it's when things are out of control and we can't have the movement of our whole student body during a passing period, for example, when we have adults and people coming on campus looking for individual students to assault. So we have to set up a lockdown to control movements. I think that what you're speaking to, and that's my point, is that we have to have an understanding with the appropriate response for when threats happen, because everything isn't a lockdown. Sometimes it might be a natural disaster. What are we going to do? So it's about making sure that at our school sites, our teachers, our admin, that we're in a position and prepared for if and when something happens. But yeah, there is a responsibility. I don't want to say responsibility to deal with the threat, but a responsibility, to work together to make sure that we're not subjecting our students to
I
any
just wanted to make
danger.
sure I understood that fully, because it looked like we were training students to deal with crisis, and I was like confused by that. Okay, and then on the emergency and crisis response page, what would you consider emergency and crisis response, or an emergency or crisis? Would that be like gun on campus, a fight, a knife? Like what would that be that would enact this?
Yeah, I think I was just going back to the chart. It's consistent with the chart of when to call and when not to. I mean, it's kind of laid out. Let me see here.
It's 13.
That example, that page, I have my slides broken down differently.
Oh, okay, sorry.
What is a crisis? When would we call 911 in a crisis? What would be a non-crisis situation? So we're just trying to build some cohesion as to what is the school site going to do in certain situations, because we don't have police officers sitting in the parking lot, or we don't have maybe, historically how we had responded. So this just frames that up.
Okay. Can I give you a scenario that I'm thinking in my mind of like where it would fall in here? Let's just say that a nude was sent to one of our sports teams.
A what? I'm sorry.
A nude pic.
Oh.
And then the parents came to the school and was angry because now there is pornography that is spread around of their daughter. Where would that fall in here?
Well, that would fall into us at the school site first doing what we need to do to address the situation and to bring in the students and start an investigation and communicate with the parents what we're actually doing now. If it gets beyond to where they're actually coming on campus to look to assault someone, well, then that turns into a crisis.
Yeah, that's something different. Having pornography on your phone, that's not good.
Right, but it's also, we would deal with that with a non-emergency call to law enforcement to come and investigate because there's potentially a crime.
Okay, that's where I was going. That's why I was wondering, would law enforcement get involved at that point?
Right, yeah, no, I mean, we do as much as we can, and we always consult with law enforcement to see if this is some, especially when you're talking about child pornography in that scenario. That's not for us to decide, what the DA might or might not do with that.
Right.
So we have to refer what we believe is to be crimes that are beyond our, to be evaluated. But what I did find is that a lot of things that law enforcement probably was accustomed to addressing 2-3 years ago, they've changed their approach on how they will respond to a school and deal with students as well. So this is just about us being able to have a process in place to take up most of the space, which I would say 85-90% of the time. There's a window to get ahead of situations. When it's the 911 call and and those situations happen, that's just what we got to do is get law enforcement there because the scenario or the situation warrants that. But we often, I think we need to be in a better position to not walk past those other opportunities because they will evolve into crisis.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming in, and I'm all for trying to handle it at the school site level. I just want to make sure that we're abiding by the law and things that could potentially be a felony that we're reporting to.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, that's what I was doing. Okay, so one more question, then a statement. So who is doing the training for like the safety officers? I know you talked about like the different organizations, but like what type of training are they getting to be able to give the appropriate training to the safety officers and the community-based organizations? And then also, I'm assuming that within the community-based organizations, they're all being fingerprinted, they're all going through.
Absolutely, yeah.
So who's giving the training though?
So let me break down your question. So the training, as far as the safety officers, where would they get their training?
Mm-hmm.
They'll get their training. We'll reach out, and I've already started looking into school safety because there are some ed code requirements as far as a security team. And so getting those trainings about what the roles are and meeting those expectations, so that the people we bring in understand the scope of their work, right? We want to make sure they're not overstepping bounds or maybe failing to act in certain situations. But local, there's a variety of skills that are going to need to be taught. And there's and I think it's that opens the opportunity for us to be innovative at what that needs to look like. I mean, you're talking about bias and all these trainings that we talk about in our board meetings are going to be part of what we need to make sure our safety officers are exposed to and put to those processes. But even if it comes down to working with law enforcement, we'll bring in those resources. The trainings that I'm referring to, that they will be in a position to support the school sites is because a lot of folks don't understand that there's a comprehensive school safety plan. I need officers, I need help with them taking that message and making sure that we understand it at the elementary school level. There's a yard duty to understand what to do if something happens. And the way that it's currently structured, we don't have that capacity. We rely on the school site to do all that. And so by building in a team, being able to flow fluidly from the school and all the feeder schools, that's what we'll be doing day in and day out.
I like that idea of building in a team. Do you feel that you have the appropriate help that you need to be able to build this into our school sites?
Absolutely. The help I needed was to approve those positions, and we're ready for it. They're already posted, and we're ready to roll. And I'm excited about that because if my phone ringing is a sample size of the issues and the needs for law enforcement, and there's a whole lot of call Ray on this thing if you look, and when that needs to change. I just can't wait till we get some people in position so that we can better serve. It's heartbreaking to hear principals calling and giving you and saying this is what's going on and not being, and we don't have, and not being able to dispatch some assistance. But this whole plan is consistent with what we learned through the Reimagining School Safety Task Force, what our school community said they wanted, as far as how to work through and deal with problems, and all the way to the nonprofits that we have MOUs with that are stepping in to help us dealing with mediating conflict and things that are happening at the community level. And so,
Well, and I can appreciate that. I guess I kind of chuckled a little bit when I saw evacuation on there, and you talk about, I'm not even talking about like the high level stuff, like evacuation, right? And when my daughter was in high school, some of you who have been coming to these board meetings for a long time or have sat on this board have heard me tell the story before that my daughter is at high school. They have a intruder drill.
Right.
They go, the teacher that she was with didn't have the appropriate training. I believe that was the case. They all went running out into the field.
Right.
And it was an intruder drill, but the teacher thought it was a fire drill. So they're out in the field, like out in the open, and then all of a sudden the teacher says, "Oh, it's an intruder drill." So they start hiding behind trees and bushes. And I just want to make sure that you have the appropriate tools that you
Right.
need to be able to get into the school system so our teachers have the appropriate training that they need, because I know that teacher must have been mortified that day.
Right.
Mortified, right? And so that's the reason why I asked that question. So, I appreciate this presentation. I know we've been asking about having this presentation for a really long time. Keeping our students and staff and our visitors on all of our campus safe is very important, and it's our responsibility to keep them safe, right? And then, following the COVID shutdown, schools and districts across the country, including ours, have, had surprisingly increases in public safety concerns, nationwide, as you started out your presentation talking about, what's happening. And, we just deeply appreciate and count on the law enforcement agencies to step in where it is needed. And, our community's mental health is at risk. Our nation's mental health is at risk. COVID did a doozy on everybody, right? On our mental health, on everything. And so, in our schools, we've seen major fights, we've seen gun scares, we've seen drugs, we've seen it all on the news just within the recent week. Right? And major bullying is happening at our school sites. And, we've passed a resolution to remove the SROs off our campus. And I have to tell you that I've had many parents tell me that they're scared. They're scared to send their kids to school. Not just because of SROs, just because of what's happening nationwide, right? I had a parent reach out to me last week that was scared, that kept her child home because her child was being bullied. She said, "I'm not sending my kid to school. I'm scared." Right? And that really hits me to the heart, to the core, right? And so with all of this happening and the response times of law enforcement agencies when there are emergencies that are happening, especially, I know I've talked to you many times about this, and I live in that, very far part of the county in between two cities. You call law enforcement and the response times are scary. And, we're not a priority. We get put into a queue with everybody else that calls 911. And if there's a higher priority call because there's a shooting down the street or or a robbery, then what's happening is that gets handled first and we're not a priority. So then our students are at risk, our teachers are at risk, our community's at risk. So, I know we're going to be talking, I think in the next presentation about our budget adoption and, of things and looking at that. And I still want to abide by the Reimagine School Safety resolution that we passed, but I would like to put a formal request that, for Superintendent, if you can, along with Mr. Lozado, if you can explore all options that would enter into a partnership with SAC PD and the SAC Sheriff's Office, because I know that sometimes we don't have as good of a relationship, right? I guess we can say, as we do with SAC PD. So if we can look into having some kind of partnership which allows us to, once again, to not have officers sitting at school sites on campus, parked out in front of school sites, because I know that was an issue for many of our students, right? And could be scary. So, but to have at least officers roaming in the area and that are dedicated to our school sites. So if there is an emergency, then we are the priority. Then that response time will be hopefully minutes versus 20, sometimes a half an hour, depending on the urgency. So if you could please just review the budget numbers, bring it back at the appropriate time for the budget adoption and a vote. I would appreciate that. Sorry for all that. Member Morosky, I'm passionate about it.
Thank you, and appreciate that. Yeah, and I would also be interested just to follow up on President Pritchett's point in just learning more about, kind of our relationship with SAC PD in this kind of new era and what the response times look like. Because we are talking about, when we're talking about response times, we're talking about not an SRO or someone sitting there waiting. We're talking about there's a problem and we're talking about a response to it. So would love to follow up and just hear more about that. But one challenge in our community has been, before and after school. And I know, some of our administrators have to, walk the streets and everything. And one of the issues, as I understand it, has been, the way that the contracts were structured or the rules that we have in place, that certain folks are not allowed to, kind of step off the school campus and do those activities. So can you clarify for me, will the safety officers, will they be able to kind of roam off campus as well? Will the lead campus monitors be able to go off campus and kind of keep things cool outside of the campus?
I mean, we absolutely respect and we'll do all we can for the ingress and egress. And whatever that entails to make sure students are safe. But yeah, the visibility, being in the vehicles, that's a big part of just having some presence is a big part of that. Now, to the extent of how far we'll go down the street and deal with the Taco Bell or the McDonald's in McClatchy's case, I think that there needs to be some conversation as to what's the responsibility of the business community versus the school, because we see that things are happening an hour after school's out. And if we can't take care of our campus, I don't know that we need to be stretching our resources so thin to be down the street. And in some cases, we're having students and adults fighting, for a bunch of reasons. So
Yeah.
I think that we do need to make sure that we're clear and as to what we will do and what we won't do. But a lot of that is contingent on scenarios, right? Like, how was this dragging from the school down the street, or, the timeframes. But I think, ingress and egress doesn't leave our responsibility, but we do have certain schools doing more than others when it comes down to when school's out.
Okay, well, I would just ask you to continue those conversations in the community at those spots that we know
Yes.
are problem issues, and I know you will, but really emphasize that there is also community responsibility as well. So we'll just encourage you to further those partnerships and to have a shared sense of what the roles and responsibilities are around that, and also to support our administrators, because they have obviously a lot on their plates as well. So okay, thank you. One other thing I wanted to ask about that I didn't see in this plan, and it may very well be somewhere else, is, God forbid, these issues of school shootings and, other types of incidents, threats that are very serious. Sometimes there's warning signs.
Right.
That kind of after the fact, folks have said, oh, yes, this happened, maybe we should have spotted this. So just wondering what kind of evidence-based systems or guidance we have in place to try to identify some of, it's not one of those scenarios necessarily, but it's definitely a very important preventive measure we can take based on the evidence that we can see, right?
Absolutely. And that comes through a variety of our departments that work together. We staff cases regularly. I know from my office, it's called a threat assessment conversation, but it's collectively when issues are raised at a school site and we need to work through and have conversation about how we're going to support students. We have those meetings within hours, a lot of the times. But I think what you're speaking to is we can impact most through relationship and engagement, right? I mean, by interacting with our students, by somebody knowing what to look for and speaking up when you see something. Those are the types of trainings that we need to really saturate all of our school community with, parents to administrators, because, you know, we know that this does show up in different ways. But we definitely, our best practices are, we pretty much get together in a multidisciplinary forum, and, you know, from special ed to the hearing office, safety, everybody involved to talk about the issues and to make provisions on what we're going to do and how we're going to respond moving forward, because we do have volatile situations that are out there. But it's about being mindful of it and working together to support that, even including our law enforcement partners, most of the time, I guess, in some of the examples that we've dealt with.
Okay, well, I thank you for that, and I guess I would encourage, you know, us to thinking about, as we're doing those professional development opportunities, to, you know, it's really something, like you say, it has to be across the whole school community, because you never know who's going to see something that, you know, some of the things that you've seen after incidents happen have been like, wow, that was a real red flag, and, you know, it wasn't acted on. So I think, you know, aside from, you know, having someone at the door monitoring every student, you know, that's not a way to keep us really safe. Like the real safety is, like you say, the relational, and being able to identify and kind of interact and intervene before something happens. So I appreciate all the work you've done and the new structure. Thank you.
You're not done yet.
No, the timer says 0.
Sorry. Member Rhodes?
I'll try to keep it brief. Very quickly, I appreciate all of my colleagues' perspective, and I also like to give my perspective as well. I would say, you know, President Pritchett did say that, you know, some parents they feel frightened and to bring their kids to school, depending on, you know, all the myriad of things that are happening in schools right now, from not having SROs on campus to school shootings to drugs, things you mentioned, pornography. I would also say that there are families and students who also will be very afraid if we had SROs or police on campus and or in the parking lots or whatever. So given the duality of that statement, it's not a one-sided statement. Different communities are impacted by different things differently. So I just want to put that in your head too as you go forward and listen to what the board is saying. And you said something that was pretty deep and profound, actually, I thought. The idea of students dealing directly with law enforcement is already a broken situation. And so how you have your plan implemented now, I think that it's interesting to me. You already said you have everything kind of put out and the jobs, but my question is, what's the timeline on your hiring process? And when do you think that you'll have these positions in place? You know, school safety is a huge thing in our community, and kind of want to gauge, like, when do you think you'll have this set up ready to go?
So for the first two positions will be the coordinator and the 5 safety officers, and we have a timeline to be through the process. I think June 16th would be the second with the tier 2 interview from now till then for that part. And we also, the posting of the lead campus monitors, you know, is going to have, that's 10 positions. And we don't want to just fill them because we have 11 applications. So we're going to be real selective at how we proceed with that. One of the things I do have some resolve in is just having some help is going to put us in a better situation. And, you know, we want to just make sure that as we move forward, that we're bringing in personalities and staff members that we know are going to meet the standard of what our school community deserves. So that's going to be a little longer, but we absolutely want to be in position when school starts. The summer is going to be our opportunity to train, to build, you know, to do some team building, and I can't wait to get started.
So you're thinking starting point, when school starts, again, you should have some of your staff, the first wave.
Yes, definitely. The safety officers.
Safety officers.
Is where I'm really, I think, their responsibilities really fill some of the vacancy of not having SROs. But it's all important and it all works together. And yeah, the lead campus monitors as soon as we can. I'm hoping that, that our existing campus monitors will look at this as an opportunity so that there's not so much that you got to start over from ground zero to build. It's an opportunity for something different. So get the word out there. I've met with our Reimagine Safety, School Safety Task Force on Tuesday, and I met with the Black Pueblo School Board April 20th, because they all participated in this conversation and been part of the journey. So we're looking for the best qualified, and those that understand that. It's kind of a joke, but it's like the school district, we have like a 10 and a half left foot and a size 12 right foot, and shoe shopping can be difficult. But what we're doing with this process is not about a conversation if you do this versus the SROs, but it's something that I think we need to blend together in a response that will really benefit and serve our students well.
Okay, so Thank you for that explanation. The safety officers, the first 5, you would like to have them when school starts. That's the goal.
It'd be great to have them all. If we get the response and the right folks, I really would like to get as much of this addressed as we can. We needed them a long time ago, actually.
Yes. Okay, and then I would say, along with President Pritchett's request from Superintendent and Rose to come back and look at what it looked like for possible adoption. Before we adopt it, I would like that we at least give an opportunity to have conversations with our communities at the school sites themselves around how they feel about this situation of having SROs that are police that are going to be on campus, or before we get into any contract, again, with Sacramento Police Department or the Sheriff Department, that we have conversations with our community as well. I think that's going to be purposeful and something that needs to be done. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Member Rhodes, I just wanted to reiterate that the requests that I made were not for them to be sitting on school campus. It was only roaming in the neighborhoods nearby.
Yes, I understood that. My request is that we have conversations with our community even before we get into any contractual anything with the police department.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure we were clear.
Well, something tells me our community is going to make sure we're having conversations.
Yeah.
I know that for sure.
Pull too hard for that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Member Garcia?
Thank you. And I'm glad that we're finally doing this. It's been long overdue. I know you've had a really challenging year with the return of students back in in-person learning this year. So I want to just focus on a couple of issues, and then also just thank you for all the work that you've done, because I know you came in and I don't know if there was much to build on, but I can see that there's this tremendous progress than when we last had an update. I also just want to say that I don't think we're at the end, right? I mean, this is still work in progress.
Absolutely.
That's something that needs to be built, needs to be integrated into other support services,
Right.
to support students, to create healthy school climates. And so I think this is a step in the right direction, but I don't think it's the final product. So I do want to focus on that slide 16. And I think I heard you say your priorities to hire the 5 safety officers. And I'm trying to visualize sort of how many additional adults will be at a school site. And so I'm looking at Hiram because it's the first one. So are we talking about 1 safety officer plus 2 lead campus monitors?
In addition to what they already have at the school, yeah.
Okay, so that would be really helpful to know, because I know that Hiram is a really large school, just like so many of these other high schools. So when I think of 3 additional people, adults, for Hiram Johnson plus the feeder schools, I feel that it's not enough.
Right.
So my question to you is, when you got input from each school, because I think I heard you say you got input, how many did they ask for?
The schools are already dealing with vacancies.
Right.
Most of our conversation, Johnson in particular, it's on the hinges on the fact that we had 3 classes in a gym with 1 teacher and 1 campus monitor. So I'm imagining, filling those vacancies, it has to be the priority in addition to what it is that we're going to do with the district resources. The main thing about this approach is that we have the ability to float and to allocate resources when there are things actually happening. So yes, you would have a safety officer and 2 lead campus monitors, and we can pull from Rosemont to come and help out with Johnson if there's things going on the campus. So it's not about so much trying to build this all up. I mean, of course, if we had all the bodies and we can fill the positions we have, but also, we started out looking at 15, and when it came down to budgets and the funds, we had to make some adjustments. So it goes back to that as far as mapping out and trying to figure out how to navigate what's best. But the component of being able to provide help, I mean, I guess if we were talking about something happening at Burbank, we have all these other resources we can allocate to Burbank to get them through egress or whatever might be happening. So that's the part of it that I think that each school site, when they're calling me and they say, frankly, Ray, I need some help, I can actually send some help over there. And then just keeping in mind that we send 41,000 kids come to our campuses every day, and seven campuses. And I know we deal with issues and whatnot, but I think we lose sight of day in and day out what we really are able to accomplish. And I know we're talking about what if, and how we're going to do better. But I think it's about taking advantage of the days when there's nothing happening to get to know our students. I mean, that's staying true to what the task force and the sentiment of our school community when we had students talking about what they wanted to see back in that June 16th meeting. That's really what this is all about.
So you said you started off at 15? Is that 3 campus monitors per?
That would be 3, yes. And we're talking about lead campus monitors because of the responsibility to take, to be accountable for the elementaries and the junior highs, and just the ability to work with family of a kid who's in junior high school and a kid who's in high school and have that same, that same person interacting and being fluid. So most of the time when things aren't happening, we want to focus and emphasize on relationship, and that's a big part of the potential in this strategy.
So I think I'd like to ask for information back, Superintendent, that we do have different sort of budget scenarios if we staff up, bring in additional adults into our school sites, especially as we're working with this feeder sort of school system. I think we need more, I think 2 lead campus monitors, maybe too few. I understand that we need at the central office sort of a team that is like a strike team, if you will.
Don't use that one.
No?
You can get me in trouble.
Oh, no, okay, I don't know, like, I don't know, let's call it something else, right? But they are ready to be deployed to
Right.
where the needs are. So I understand that you need that. But in addition to that, I think our school sites need more than what I'm seeing here on paper, just based on some of the information that we've received over time. I know that Hiram had a really hard time hiring this year. I'd like to know sort of, at some point, maybe there's a reflection, some lessons learned as to why our positions went unfilled.
You're talking about the positions at Johnson?
At Johnson, I'm sure there were others as well, at other school sites that maybe they were open, posted, and we just either got no applicants or we just couldn't hire someone. Just trying to figure out if there's other reasons why we weren't able to hire and reasons that we can do something about. I understand that the workforce is, pretty competitive right now, but I want to look at if there are other areas that we can address so that we can make it incentivize those, people to apply. And I just also wanted to just talk about, I think those were my questions. Yeah, those are all my questions. So just thank you so much for all the work that you've done on this.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I appreciate all those requests. Student Member Zhang.
Hello. Like President Pritchett's scenario, I also had a scenario that I was thinking about in my head. As a student, I hear a lot of testimonies from other students, oftentimes anonymously on social media, about being assaulted or harassed by other students. But since these students, there are countless of names that I have come to recognize in my school that potentially are predators, and students are not as comfortable talking to adults as they are to students. These cases often go unnoticed by staff, and I see these people walking around freely even though they possibly could have harmed other students. And I would just like to highlight that these cases are happening in our schools and is harming our students' safety, and I would like to know if there's anything we can do about cases that, unlike nudity or pornography, there's no tangible evidence. So how can we combat that and make sure that we're still keeping schools safe?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I believe it starts with communicating and making us aware. We have anonymous reporting through WeTip and different things that if we get the information, we can triage out who and what and how to kind of address those. I didn't get the scenario that you said. I know you said about bullying and different things that are happening, but it's, again, if we have the adults and the folks that are present that have relationship, it's likely that we'll be aware because there's some trusting chemistry behind the relationship. But I mean, I think raising those issues and bringing them to our attention it has to be the first step, especially knowing how that bullying, I know it's cliche, they say hurt people, but that's who comes back to get revenge, right? So getting ahead of it and working with our students at our schools and getting that information, I think starts with trust. So we have to establish a culture of trust on our school campuses. And I'm not saying they don't have that, but just speaking to your point about making us aware so that we can address those issues as they, address those scenarios.
So my problem with that is since students are not comfortable, and especially when it's about being assaulted sexually, that is a really hard topic to bring up.
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear you. The sexually part is what I missed on what you said. Yeah. And those are processes, even when we do respond, you're talking about law enforcement and interviews and conversations, and those are things that we do work through day in and day out. I don't have an answer for what are we going to do if students we're not aware of what's going on, but we absolutely prioritize the well-being of our students once we are made aware. And however that needs to happen, I think is where the solution is to the problem that you're raising. I mean, if we don't know, it's going to be difficult to adequately address the situation.
Yeah, thank you. There are a lot of information that I see floating around on social media, so I'm not sure how staff can take those information and act on it, but there are information that is exposed to our staff. Thank you.
Student member Zhang, do you know what WeTip is? Have you heard of WeTip? I've never heard of WeTip.
Yes, it's a phone number that you can call. It's managed 24/7. Anonymous phone calls or information that it's a number you can call and remain anonymous, and they'll take that information and to give us something to respond to.
How do they get that?
Tip line, basically.
How do they get that? How do they know about it?
So the WeTip signs and posters and all of that it's been probably, we just revamped this relationship. We had it in the past. It's on our website, our school website. I know that's not a far reach, but we are about to saturate our campuses. There's signs, and it is part of the strategy that we've been working on the last probably a month and a half to get the information out. And we know that it's going to increase the calls. So we want to be able to address increased calls and be able to respond to them. And that's what we're working on. So I can get back on a timeline. I know that the signs we had to go through a training and a presentation so that we can get the signage, because they want to make sure that we're in a position to actually be able to handle what starts flowing once they start marketing the resource again. But it's been a part of the district for years now. But yeah, if you don't know about it, then that means we got work to do on letting our school community know that that's a resource.
Yeah, I think just work on publicizing it to students, because as a student, I have never heard of that, and I'm pretty sure a lot of my peers also have never been exposed to WeTip.
All right.
Student member Zhang, I'd love to come and work with the Student Advisory Council on helping getting the word out regarding this. I think this is fantastic. If we have a resource, we need to know how to use it. So. All right, Member Wu.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Most of my colleagues have asked all the questions already, so I'm not going to ask them. I'm not going to repeat it, but you said that you met with community-based organizations?
You're talking about the reimagining school safety process? Yes. We met with the organizations that were outlined in the resolution. We were meeting every Tuesday with 20-plus members from August 15th to February 9th. We took off 2 Tuesdays, one with Thanksgiving and one of the 2 Christmas breaks. And we just worked through a lot of issues to get to this point.
And did you get a lot of good feedback?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, and I'm glad that it happened.
Yeah, yes,
Thank you.
sir. All right.
Thank you, Member Wu. And Member Morosky asked a question that brought something up, and I want to ask you this quick question. What is our responsibility when a child gets out of school until they get home? Do we have any responsibility from the moment they get out of school?
Yes. When they get out of school and they're going, and we have been messaging to our school community through communications, reiterating the awareness now that the weather's changing, and we're getting a lot of issues that are happening at the park down the street, Albert Einstein, and in the area.
Little Caesars and TS, yeah.
Right, and so our responsibility is to make sure that the passages and the pathways are free of, that there's clear pathways, that there's routes, safe routes to school. That has a lot to do with the traffic and what that looks like. But we're responsible, once they leave school, once they leave home and they're coming to school, anything that happens in between there, if it's a fight, we look into that and we address that. Or if it's anything else, stranger danger or anything else on the way home, we step in and assert our resources to try to message the community, make sure that law enforcement's getting involved because it's our responsibility.
So the teams that you were speaking about that would be on school sites, once school's out, are they off work?
I mean, my experience working in safety is you're never off work. So, I mean, I don't know that you're talking about a sharp time when you're off and that's it. I mean, I think that between myself and the coordinator, we'll figure out how to navigate that. And if we need to get resources and there's overtime or whatever, then that's what we'll do.
Okay.
So, I mean, that part of it we haven't even got to, so.
Yeah, the reason why I asked board and Mr. Lozado is because I know I've said before that I had parents reach out to me about why are the administrators at the school following the kid in their own vehicles, following the kids around the area, and there was like this big blow up on the social media pages about it, and so that's why I'm asking the question,
Right. Well,
what is our responsibility and whose responsibility is
right.
that?
And I think we definitely need to make that clear.
Yeah.
And we do have administrators and school staff that care. Me telling them not to be down the street dealing with issues is, to some of them, it's heartbreaking. Like, well, what do you mean? They're our students, right? So it's just, I think it's one of those culture shifts and one of those things that we need to make sure that we're clear on. But that being different than what we're seeing with hours going by and they're at the 7-Eleven, but everybody knows they're our students. So we get drawn in sometimes, I think.
But a good hour after school gets out from travel times. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for all that information. Good presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right. I'm sure we'll be asking for more later, soon. We have a lot to go over. All right. Item 9.0, Communications. 9.1, Employee Organization Reports, SCTA.
Good evening, David Fisher, I'm President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. First of all, before I start my remarks, I'm going to say, Superintendent, welcome back from Little Rock. It's going to get a lot of attention on social media. I know you sent a team there to do some learnings, and looking forward to hearing about those, in particular, why that particular school district was chosen, considering what's going on there. So we look forward to that. Earlier, you heard one of our bargaining team members, Jody Bone, speak. And you guys know we have a very large bargaining team, and we're very proud of our democratic processes, that our decisions are made with the most inclusive and efficient way possible, right? So it also helps our communication to our members because they can go back to the site and report what happened. So with that said, I'm going to read what another bargaining team member wrote, at least part of what she wrote that she posted, and much more eloquently than I could even say it. So this is from Laura Jablonski from Kalachi High School. As a member of the Sacramento City Teachers Association bargaining team, who has been in every negotiating session since April to avert the $47 million state fine in relation to the instructional days lost to the SCTA, SEIU strike when the district chose to close schools, I think it's important to memorialize here that the union's offer to the Sac City School District from the beginning was reasonable, workable, and would have satisfied both the state and CalSTRS. We were always open to working out any necessary details and sticking points to ensure sites would be adequately staffed and the students cared for and supported through an additional 5 days this school year. We told the district early on that we viewed this negotiation as an opportunity to embark on the hard work of repairing labor relations in Sac City. We never walked away from the table. Even when the district passed weird and utterly unacceptable language late in the game about avoiding any responsibility for mistakes it might make calculating such things as retirement reporting or tax deductions. And we stood ready again to continue negotiations when the district walked away with no explanation this week after we raised objections to their insistence that the deal that they were purportedly trying to make with us would only be contingent on deals with other bargaining units. Important to note, the district had not even begun to negotiate with the other bargaining units. The longer things dragged out, the stranger and stranger the district behavior became, as the team seemed to deliberately sabotage things whenever it looked like progress was being made. Many of the SCTA team openly wondered whether the district had any real interest in making a deal. I was on the side that surely the district would not risk the huge financial hit that Jorge Aguilar and the board, whatever their deficiencies, could not really be irresponsible, especially stringing along our family for so long. Silly me. He goes on, but I'll stop there. Last Monday, we gave the district another comprehensive proposal that would have allowed students to make up the lost instructional time and would have guaranteed sufficient staffing and avoid millions in penalties. When you suggested that the district survey families to see who would be able to come, your bargaining spokesperson said that was too challenging. Late last night, without any discussion, the district emailed us an entirely new concept that has barely been discussed. After keeping the students, parents, and staff in the dark for weeks, the district now claims it will be seeking a waiver from the state. That, to be generous, looks like a long shot. The district claims it will be seeking a waiver from the state to add 8 instructional days next year and 8 additionally the following year. So we've been researching the district's claim, and like I said, seems like a long shot or a little bit of a gamble, or maybe a lot of a gamble. As reported in the Sacramento Bee, quote, the California Department of Education said it made very clear to the district that waivers do not apply to strikes, end quote. Then quoting from this CDE, the Bee continues, quote, all parties have been informed by the CDE of penalties associated with loss of instructional days and loss of instructional time. The CDE website is even more explicit. Quote, a strike of employees of an LEA is not a qualifying event and does not meet the criteria for a Form J13A approval, end quote. If in fact the district has information that such a waiver is actually possible, it certainly warranted discussion. When we brought it up briefly on April 8th, it was just dismissed. Why did the district not raise this possibility for 6 weeks while we were discussing this issue, then send via email with no conversation? There were all kinds of things we could have mitigated. We could have made up a few of the days to lower the fine and then potentially applied for a waiver. But no, you just cut off conversation completely. To many, this just confirms the district was never serious about recovering the $47 million, demonstrating the continued fiscal mismanagement by the school board on a $47 million gamble. If the school board can't change, maybe it's time to change the school board. Thank you.
Is there any public comment? All right.
No.
Item 10.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives. 10.1, Third Interim Financial Report, 21-22. Chief Ramos.
Thank you. Good evening, President Pritchett, board members, and superintendent. Tonight, we're presenting to you the 21-22 Third Interim Financial Report. Okay, here we go. And here's our list of acronyms that we'll be using in the presentation for your reference. I won't read through all of these, of course. You can refer back to them as we were talking through these. And I'm going to take off my mask to talk a little clearer here. Okay, here's the agenda for this evening. We're going to briefly just go over again the financial reporting requirements and the district's fiscal status. And as I stated, this is the third interim budget report, which includes information that's actual expenditures and revenues through April 30th. And then the month of May and June are projections for the remaining of the year, just our budget projections, what we anticipate to spend and bring in. The last report you received on the financials was the second interim, and that included actuals through January 31st, meaning actual activity for our expenditures and our revenue, and then we projected out for the remaining year. And then we'll spend a little bit of time going over our multi-year projections to show the impact of these projections on the 2 out years. We'll review the budget calendar and then share some just highlights from the May revise. As you all know, the May revise is the governor's revised state revenue and expenditure projections for the current year and the budget year, and this is based on the latest economic forecast, population, enrollment estimates, and other, major issues that impact the state budget. And then we'll conclude with a summary and Q&A. I was going to say next slide. I'm the next slide person here. Okay, these are the reporting requirements for school districts for financials. As we've shared, we are required to report twice a year, which is the first interim and the second interim. And then Ed Code also dictates that depending on our financial situation and our ability to meet our multi-year projection obligations, we may be required to report on a third time during the year, which is our third interim. And that's our situation right now because we have been filing qualified. And until recently, our financial report, our latest one, was changed to negative by Sacramento County Office of Education. Next. Okay. And so our status, as I stated earlier, our adopted budget this year was listed as conditional by Sacramento County Office of Education because of our persistent deficit. And however, it wasn't classified as negative, which is a positive thing. However, our 21-22 second interim budget, which we just filed a couple months back, as I stated previously, was certified as negative by SCOE because of the fiscal implications of the negotiation settlements and the penalties that were described in the previous presentation due to the 8 days of school closures as a result of the strike that were about $47 million. And then our persistent declining enrollment, we've been explaining that we have seen incredible declining enrollment in these last 2 years since we've been going through COVID. And then the district is still projecting to deficit spend in our out years, 22-23, 23-24. You'll see as staff continues to this presentation that our cash flow continues to diminish, and that's natural because we don't have enough revenue to sustain our expenditures. So essentially, we're drawing on our reserves and we're drawing down our cash balances, and you'll see that. We do have a fiscal recovery plan in place, and we'll continue to do so until we address that deficit. And the Sacramento County Office of Education Fiscal Advisor will remain assigned until we eliminate that deficit. And so we still will remain under stay and rescind authority. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adrian Vargas, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Thank you, Rose. So I'm going to take you through the summary of changes that are included in the third interim report. And this is based off or compared to the second interim. So we're looking at total revenues decreasing by almost $45 million. And that's primarily due to projecting the fiscal penalties for the school closures. We are seeing an increase in total expenditures of over $35 million. That is due to the salary and benefits increase related to the negotiation settlements. We do, as Rose described, we are projecting cash flow to remain positive through June of 2024. Our revised multi-year projections show that we still will meet the required 2% reserve. However, deficit spending is not eliminated. And in the current year of 21-22, we're projecting a $76.2 million deficit spend. And then moving on to the next slide is just a snapshot between the third interim budget and the second interim budget that was presented back in March. As you can see, there's that $76.2 million deficit on the top slide, and that shows the fund balance projected at a little under $50 million. And as compared to second interim, we were projecting a net increase of $4.2 million or $4.3 million and a projected ending fund balance of $130 million. So as you can see, the fund balance has changed by roughly $80 million. And we'll take you through a couple of slides to kind of get in more detail. So this is the snapshot by category. the changes since second interim. So as you can see in the top portion, the revenues, total revenues changed by almost 45 million. As you can see in the general purpose, that's the portion related to LCFF funding. That is the portion of where we're putting the projected fiscal penalties from the 8 days of being closed. And then going down, you can see in the expenditures, the varying increases. So for certificated salaries, classified salaries, and the associated benefits, that's roughly 41 million. Is that right? 41 million. And then you see the changes in books and supplies, other services and operating expenditures, and then some small changes in capital outlay and other outgo, for a total change in expenditures of 35.3 million. And then again, that shows the $80 million change in fund balance that I talked about on the previous slide. So moving through on the next slide, these are the unrestricted revenue changes. And again, we saw that overall it changed by 46.5 million. We saw a small increase of about $500,000 due to using our P2 report that was filed with the state in May, early May, and that was offset by the projected $47 million in penalties for the 8 days of school closures. And then we saw a small increase in local revenues due to local donations. And then moving on to the unrestricted expenditures, we're seeing a $31.7 million increase, primarily due to the negotiation settlements. And again, some small budget adjustments in supplies and services of a little over $500,000. Budget adjustments related to capital outlay of $163,000. And then our other outgo increased by a little less than $500,000. And then moving to our restricted revenues, we saw an increase in federal revenues by about $242,000 for budgeting carryover related to our 21st Century After School grant. Also, we saw an increase of $1.25 million for budgeting another after-school program, but run by the state, or we received the funds via the state for our ACES program. And then a small increase in our local revenues of $30,000 related to donations. And then finally, the current year restricted expenditure changes. We're seeing $10.4 million in salaries and benefits, or an increase of $10.4 million, again, related to the negotiation settlements. We're seeing a decrease in supplies and services of $8.8 million, and the majority of those budget adjustments are to offset the negotiation settlements. And then we are seeing budget adjustments for capital outlay for $1 million, and that's primarily related to CARES COVID-related purchases. And then we are seeing an increase in our transfer outs to other funds for $243,000, and that's mainly related to the negotiation settlements and the portions that are our charter fund, adult ed fund, and our child development fund. We evaluated the impact of the 4% increase, and right now that's what we're projecting in totality for those particular funds. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Jesse Castillo, who will take you through multi-year assumptions.
Thank you, Adrian. Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. This slide highlights the assumptions used to build the multi-year projections. But before I dive in, it's important to note that the third interim MYP doesn't include all of the proposals within the governor's May revise, just due to the timing of the release of that report. But Rose will be sharing later on in the presentation some of those proposals in the May revise and the projected impact on our district. First, looking at our unrestricted revenues, in 22-23, we see a COLA of 6.56%, up from 5.33% from second interim, and our funded ADA at $36,420, which is a decrease from second interim. Moving to our 23-24 year, a COLA of 3.61%, which is unchanged, and our funded ADA at $35,227, which is also a decrease from the second interim report. The MYP projections do include utilizing the 3-year ADA averaging proposal, and we also see contributions increase by $4.6 million in 22-23 and $6.6 million in 23-24 for projected increases in special education expenditures. On the restricted revenue side, in 22-23, we see state revenues increase by $4.2 million for special education funding, and we also see the removal of one-time COVID-19 related relief funds, prior year carryover, and expiring grant funds. Looking at 23-24, we see the budgeting of remaining ESSER 3 funds as well. This slide highlights the expenditure changes looking at the 22-23 year. It does include the removal of one-time stipends of $17.3 million related to negotiations, as well as savings of $6.8 million in salaries from reductions related to enrollment decline. The projections do include increases for step and column for certificated of $2.8 million and classified salaries of $492,000. There's also increases for STIRS and PERS of approximately $5.1 million and an 8% increase in health and welfare benefits. Looking at the fiscal recovery plan adjustments, it does include $5.3 million decrease, including one-time savings of $5 million for textbooks. Moving to supplies and contracted services, we see an adjustment of $88.8 million to remove one-time expenses related to COVID-19 funds, prior year carryover, and expiring grants. Lastly, we see special education increase expenditures of $8.8 million, which does include adding back savings recognized in the current year. Moving to the 23-24 expenditure changes, we do once again see increases in step and column for certificated and classified salaries of $3.1 million. And we also have a decrease in certificated salaries related to enrollment decline of $500,000 and the removal of three PD days of approximately $3.1 million. It also includes adjustments for STIRS and PERS rates and an 8% increase in health and welfare benefits. Lastly, books and supplies are adjusted by $5 million to add back the fiscal recovery plan one-time savings from 22-23. This slide shows how those revenue and expenditure assumptions flow into our general fund multi-year projections. As you can see in the current year, a $76.2 million decrease with an ending fund balance of just under $50 million. As we move to the second year out, a $1.8 million decrease with a $47.8 million ending fund balance. And looking at the third year out, a $14.75 million decrease with a $33 million fund balance. And that $14.75 million figure is the target to eliminate deficit spending. And once again, the MYP does include the 6.56% COLA for 22-23 and the 3.61 COLA for 23-24. This slide is the cash flow corresponding to our multi-year projections. As you can see in the current year, healthy cash flow balances, but in tandem with our decrease in fund balance, you see our cash flow balance also go down as we move through the out years. And looking at the third year out, the 23-24 year, with the lowest balance being in November of 2023 of that year, which again highlights the importance of continuing to closely monitor our cash flow balances to make sure we have enough cash to meet our obligations. This slide is the Government Finance Officers Association's recommendation of a reserve of 17%, which represents 2 months average payroll, or approximately $82 million as of our third interim report. This slide is the budget calendar and timeline for the current year. As you can see, we're here in May with the third interim report, with the next reporting period being in June for the public hearing for the 2022-23 LCAP and proposed budget. And with that, let me pass it to my colleague, Rose Ramos. Thank you.
And we're just about at the end of the presentation here. Just a quick update on the May revise. What's not included in our multi-year projections, obviously, because this information came right as we were submitting the report. So for the 22-23, there's a proposal on the table of an additional 3% COLA above the 6.56 that we saw in the January proposed budget. Should this happen, that would mean that the district would gain $12.2 million per year, which is needed. There's also another proposal that's pretty significant for the district. It's $8 billion in one-time discretionary funds at $13.50 per ADA statewide. And this would mean for the district, a range of $44.5 million to $51.3 million, depending on what ADA is used. And I say this, and I'm going to pause here and try to explain this just a little bit, because one of the proposals in the May revise is that districts may be able to use the ADA percentage from 1920 to apply to their current enrollment versus our current ADA. Why that's important is because that percentage in 1920 for the district was 94.5%. Our current percentage is about 89%, significantly lower. So the higher percentage multiplied by our current enrollment would yield closer to $51 million. So if that proposal doesn't go through and this goes through, and we are forced to use our current yield, which is 89%, will generate only approximately $44 million. So just wanted to explain that a little bit, why the difference. So that's why it may revise, not sure what's going to end up in the state budget, but that's a pretty nice offer should that one make it all the way through. And that's explained there in our ratios there as well. So the projected, let's see what that last one, our projected average increase of $14.6 million per year with a 6.5% COLA, or the 26.3 per year with a 9.56 COLA. And so that's that other difference between which COLA actually makes it into the state budget. Important to note that as well. And so these next few weeks are going to be really important as far as the state's budget's concerned in terms of the negotiations that goes on behind the scenes and what ultimately makes it. And as you all know, that we are preparing the district's budget right now, just like other districts in the state of California, and that we are using some of the information from May revise, and we'll disclose exactly what we use in our assumptions, but we know that when we bring it to you, it's not yet a done deal until the state actually enacts their budget. And so we'll have that timeline over the summer to update the budget, bring back to you the final results and what that impact is on our budget. But we'll keep you posted on those changes that actually make it in and how that's going to impact us negatively or positively. But we're going to rely on these increases to really make up that difference for what you saw in those previous slides in terms of our fund balance diminishing, by 80 million or more quite significantly. And let's see, next slide. So we always present you with those potential risks and opportunities. As I said, I already talked about the risks a little bit in terms of the state budget. The second risk is the unrelated COVID-19 expenses. As we all know, COVID is back up on the rise again, and we're not sure what that means for us in terms of additional needs. Fortunately, we know we have a good supply on hand of masks and hand sanitizers, and we know pretty much how to treat our facilities as far as cleanliness and hygiene and disinfecting is concerned. But what we don't know is what other things are we going to need in terms of testing and in terms of making more vaccines available where and how throughout our district. And so we still continue to operate in that very unknown environment and not with known costs associated with those unknown activities. We do know that we are experiencing a significant decline in enrollment that has not stopped. As my colleagues presented earlier, you saw the change from P2 to now, that we did have a decrease. And if you're reading our monthly attendance reports that we include in the board packet with ADA, you'll see that our attendance rates are very low, not just enrollment, but we are like now at 80%, and that was never our case. We were, we used to trend down as low as 92, and that was pretty bad. But on average, we were 94.5, but now we're seeing some months where attendance is 85% per month. And so that's, not good either, of course. And so then the other risk, of course, is the economic downturn. The opportunities are, of course, the state budget is really generous to us, and that we recover enrollment, and that we have a fiscal recovery plan that's sufficient to restore the district's fiscal stability. So in summary, we've shared the slide with you all before. We've implemented more than 50 million in ongoing and one-time reductions in the past. You've approved a couple of fiscal recovery plans in this last year. And as Jesse and Adrian shared, our projected deficit in that third year is about 14.75. And as you know, that third year will change and become the second year in a couple of weeks. And so the next reporting period would be in presenting to you all the 22-23 budget, and we'll present that in the first board meeting in June. And that concludes our presentations, and we now open it up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a public comment?
Yes, we have Terrence Gladney.
Come on up, Terrence.
Hello again. Sometimes it feels like our budget department is like that dark cloud that follows the one kid on Charlie Brown, just always raining and storming, just like the most pessimistic outlook. When I look at this, I hear a lot about assumptions. As board members, I would expect that you guys would have this before 12:45 today. So I find it out of alignment that an email comes out at 12:45 that we're not going to extend the school year, meaning that we may incur the penalty, and the assumptions in this presentation are operating under that same lens. I would expect, with everything that's been going on and all the constant emails that we as parents have gotten with this one-sided narrative from the district, that there would also be a more positive, optimistic assumption included here. If we don't incur the penalty, this is what our outlook is. But that's not for me to demand. I'm not the elected one in a seat on the other side of this dais. I'm not one of the 7. I just don't understand. It seems like you guys are just so content accepting failure or an outlook of failure with no questions. You guys still have so many ongoing, unfulfilled promises of action and response, questions unfulfilled. I don't understand. To the actual budget itself, it's supposed to be informed by the LCAP. There have been plenty of years, going back to the first time that I sat on the LCAP PAC, where we specifically stated we want restorative practices, but now on this dais tonight, I hear, hey, let's investigate having more police presence and reinvest. Even if they're not at our school site, if that is the alignment that we're looking to have, if we're looking to invest and partner with law enforcement, it doesn't matter. If I encounter law enforcement, I'm still a black man. And I still walk in the path and the shadows of the people that have been shot down that look just like me, and that's the fear that our kids live in. And we're saying, you know what? We did defund our SROs, but let's see how we can maybe just give a little bit more money back. Let's call them safety officers in the plan. Let's have 5 positions posted already before it even comes to the board tonight. Let's have them posted.
Thank you, Terrence. Please wrap it up.
I'm sorry, it's 400 years that I'm speaking on. So we can have 5 positions posted and call them safety officers and use the narrative of officers. When we use the narrative of officers in the communities of people that look like me, that means police. So we can call them SROs, we can call them cops, 12, 50. It's still the same people that have created outcomes for people like me to fall at the hand of bullets, oppressions, beatings.
Thank you, Terrence.
And that's what we're seeking. So that's the assumption that you guys have. I ask you guys to, again, look in the mirror. Speak on something besides what people tell you is to be true. You guys know the outcomes that have happened. You guys are the ones supposed to be accountable. Until you hold other people accountable, empower the people closest to our students. You guys are here to serve people closest to our students, not closest to the superintendent.
Thank you, Terrence.
No, thank you.
Is that the only speaker? Okay. We have board comment? No board comment. This is Member Garcia.
I'm not going to get too deep into the numbers because I know they will change. But I did want to ask about, I know we're a declining enrollment district, like so many districts. I know we've had a huge decline, and maybe this is coming in a subsequent update or one of their next presentations. In terms of our TK expansion, I'm interested to know how many more kids we're going to serve. I know we're still going to be in decline because we've declined by quite a bit, but I'm trying to chip away at that decline. I just don't know how much it would be offset. And again, I know that these numbers are going to change, with the exception of a few, so I'm not going to get too deep into the other numbers.
Do we have, excuse me, do we have that number, the UTK? I
No.
believe that's
Maybe.
in the next presentation.
Okay,
though.
maybe. It's a preview question for the next team. Okay, just because I know that we have many underserved 4-year-olds, I'm just really trying to figure out what the plan is to begin to enroll as many 4-year-olds over the years, and then it's one way of offsetting some of that decline in enrollment, as well as doing other strategies to attract and retain students. So, okay, thank you, Rose.
Member Morosky.
Thank you. Thank you, as always, to the fiscal team. Just one comment, and I've said this on the dais before, but it really hits home when we're talking about that much in potential additional one-time money that, speaking to the question of declining enrollment and the long-term fiscal impact of that, we have to use some of these dollars to try to increase our enrollment. So I would like the budget that we bring back for this coming fiscal year to reflect a plan. And I'm not saying that you have to build in assumptions that we're going to get all this great enrollment and that's going to, solve the long-term issues, or you have to build in more money for increased enrollment, but at least to allocate some dollars to a plan, to a process. That other districts have done this. There's probably best practices out there. We can think about marketing. We can think about different approaches, but we need to have some kind of plan built in to increase enrollment. Because, it's just a logical thing to do with one-time dollars that will result in a stronger district and, more stable revenues long-term that are not declining. So that is my request. Thank you very much.
I could not agree with you more. Any other board comment? What was that?
I said I look forward when all the other numbers come in. Understanding, Rose, that this is nice, but this is not it. Thank you.
Superintendent? Yes.
It is an action item.
No, not yet.
I just wanted to make a very brief comment here. Thank you very much, President Pritchett, and thank you to Chief Ramos and her entire team for the detailed presentation. I did want to just mention that over the last weeks, as our board knows and our community knows, there has been a lot of attention and focus on a clause in my contract related to the CPI, or the California Consumer Price Index. This clause is part of a section in my contract that calls for a salary increase to be the same as granted to other labor partners. That is, if a contract is expired, and in addition, I should say, if a contract is expired for that year that I receive a positive evaluation, then the CPI would dictate the salary increase for that fiscal year. And as you know, over the past few weeks, that particular clause of my contract has not been applied since it was included in my contract that was renewed by the board. For me, the intent of the CPI clause was not intended to serve as any type of distraction to our work, and it actually appears in many superintendent contracts. I do want to just say to the board that while I appreciate that you agreed to this particular clause in my contract, I'm asking that it be removed at some future meeting, President Pritchett, as an action item. It wasn't agendized today so that we can avoid further distractions and further negotiations with any of our labor partners. So,
Thank you, Superintendent, and the board appreciates your consideration in this matter. This item is not on the agenda, so that is not an action item before the board tonight, but will be brought back as an action item at a future board meeting. Thank you. With that, this for the approval of the third interim financial report, can I get a motion? I have a motion and a second. Preferential vote? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All right, Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
All right. Item 10.2, proposed plan to implement Assembly Bill 130, universal pre-K and transitional kindergarten. Chief Beta. And it's
You'll see an incredible team coming to join us up here, because this is a big and a very important plan.
Wow.
And we want you to see how many of our team members are really working to ensure that this is just absolutely fabulous for our kids. So good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of our board. Tonight, we bring you a as you can see, department labor of love for our youngest learners. We have an incredible group tonight who will be sharing plans for expanding our transitional kindergarten program for our Sacramento City students and families. And Member Garcia, we hear your question. This year, we'll have 9 new programs with 24 student capacity in each. So this is a great way to expand our enrollment, to expand our service, and to expand our ADA. I was ready to say next slide, please. We provide for you the acronyms that we'll be using tonight, but we'll also be working to, as we go through each slide, honor accessibility with bringing to you the acronyms that we'll be using. And as we design any programming, especially new programming in Sac City, we're designing to confront inequities. And as you listen and learn tonight about our 22-23 plans, as well as the plans that phase in over the next few years, I would like you to please listen for all the decision-making that is grounded in equity. And I'd also like to remind you that equity does not mean that everybody gets the same. It means that students get what they need. And this applies to this TK programming because as we consider our expansion, we're considering this expansion based on our students, our communities who most need the supports, and also be listening for the supports that will be provided in this programming as we consider equity. Because every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it gets, we are undertaking this project, working to achieve more equitable results. So Assembly Bill, I didn't click, here we go. I was ready to say next slide again. Assembly Bill 130 provides very clear expectations and directions for expanding our transitional kindergarten programming. This planning all began with an incredible effort in our early learning and care department, and I just want to give a great big thank you to our interim director in our ELC department, Ms. Aida Welna, for her leadership and expertise. She's been tireless in this work for our students. And this work has expanded to include team members from, as you see with us tonight, our IAS, our Instructional Assistant Superintendent team, our Special Education team, Curriculum and Instruction, Expanded Learning. I'm really excited for you to hear about the expanded learning opportunities for our TK students, our Facilities team, Human Resources, Budget, Business Services, and our new TK principals. A big thank you to Principal Herr for joining us here this evening. This is truly an entire district effort. There are 5 focus areas that you see here that support each district with this expansion TK planning. And as you hear from these experts this evening, you'll see that our presentation is aligned to these focus areas. And I also want to share our gratitude to our SCOE partners. They've been by our sides, providing feedback, and always available to us with any questions or depth of need that we have. Also important to understand is that we are working to build a true pre-K-12 experience of service in our system, a full-day pre-K-12 experience and service for our system. And with that goal in mind, we wanted to share how our services to our youngest learners fit within all the pieces you see here. As we think about our system, this work offers us a deeper opportunity to connect our preschool work and learning and programming to all the work that we do as we prepare our students for our elementary grades. Our universal pre-kindergarten programming serves students the years prior to programming through our state programs, our federal programs, and this transitional kindergarten, as well as with the expansion. The AB 130 expansion supports expanding these transitional kindergarten programming to ensure that by 25-26, we are able to serve any student in our system who is TK eligible. I need you to remember, though, that from an equity lens, this may not be that every single school has a transitional kindergarten, but we are really working to ensure that our communities that most need the incredible experiences that you'll hear our team offering this evening are the places where these experiences will be for our students. So it may not be every school. Our amazing instructional assistant superintendent team will now share additional information, beginning with the lead of our presentation tonight, and thank you to Tumua for coordinating all of this effort.
Thank you, CAO Bieda. Good evening. My name is Tumua. I'm one of our instructional assistant superintendents. It's a pleasure to be here with you this evening to share with you information about this very important Assembly Bill language that will provide access to, over the course of the next 4 years, to every 4-year-old the opportunity to attend a pre-kindergarten program. So I wanted to provide just a quick, brief history specific to AB 130 as it relates to universal pre-kindergarten. So as you see here, AB 130 requires each LEA to create a plan articulating how all children in the attendance area will have access to full-day learning programs the year before kindergarten that meet the needs of parents, including through partnerships with the LEA's expanded learning offerings, the California State Preschool Program, Head Start program, and other community-based early learning and care programs. Additionally, AB 130 provides for us the opportunity to phase in our implementation of universal pre-kindergarten programs over the next 4 years, with this current year 1 as the planning phase. What you see here is a chart that speaks to the eligibility over the course of the next 4 years. So as an example, if you look at the third column for the next academic year in 2022-2023, that's this coming fall, children who are 4 years old and will turn 5 between September 2nd and February 2nd will be eligible to enroll in one of our transitional kindergarten classrooms based upon their attendance area for the TK pre-K school. Remember that we are implementing a phase-in approach with the intent for every single K-6, K-8 to have the opportunity to serve our families in the pre-K TK classroom setting. Additionally, if you look at column 4, just to go along with the eligibility, under 23-24 academic year, children who are 4 years old and will turn 5 between September 2nd and April 2nd will be eligible to enroll in one of our TK classrooms. And you'll see again that the pattern continues until 25-26, for when, as according to Assembly Bill language, all 4-year-olds will have the opportunity to enroll in any one of our pre-K opportunities. Additionally, in the third row, you'll see named ratios that, as per the Assembly Bill, we will be implementing starting this fall a class size ratio of 1 adult to every 12 kids. And what that will look like in practice is one certificated teacher with the support of one early childhood education assistant. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Duong.
Thanks, Tu. So on this next slide, as you can see on the left side, that's the 10 sites currently in our district that have half-day TK classes for our kids. And the nice thing is going forward to the next school year, these sites are going to partner with our child development department to expand the program and offer to the parents and the kids 9 hours each day. So that's going forward to the 22-23 school year. On the right-hand side are the 9 sites that will be our full-day TK sites, and that's going to be 6.5 hours of TK. And once again, they are going to partner with our child development program and extend those hours to at least 9 hours each day to meet the needs of the sites. And to what our CAO said, how these 9 new TK sites were picked was we used the guidelines of AB 130 to pick out the sites with the highest SES needs and the sites with the appropriate classrooms to house these new TK classes. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to my colleague, April Shaffield.
Good evening. So, as part of our process for phase 1 of designing our TK programs, we have been conducting community engagement. These have been done through meetings such as LCAP, Head Start Policy Council, and DLAC. They were conducted using a brief PowerPoint presentation and an opportunity for two-way dialogue with the attendees. In addition, we've been having interdepartmental and site leadership meetings and have been conducting regular and ongoing opportunities to inform our process and to gather multiple perspectives and feedback. We've also conducted a Google survey that consists of 8 questions requesting input and feedback from our community. It was posted in 6 languages on our TK website, and we are continuing to gather responses. We additionally will be identifying other opportunities to elicit engagement from our community through the survey process by partnering with our communications team. And finally, we also know that the state will be coming forward with additional public service campaigns. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Aida Buelna Valenzuela.
Good evening, board and community members. Next slide. We have a map here that shows the preschool programs that we have within Sac City Unified School District. We have Head Start program with TK, the Transitional Collaboration Program. And what that illustrates is the number of sites that we currently have where we offer preschool, universal preschool program for the community. What AB 130 allowed us to do is to select sites where we have the highest need. And this collaboration with Head Start included 2 sites. With state preschool program, it's 7 sites, and will allow us to fiscally run a program for our youngest students. Next slide. Early learning and care department models that came from the State Department included and asked that we collaborate. It's a collaboration of not just the state program, the federal program, but also other programs in the community should they step forward. So parents have a choice, and that's what we have to do, build a program where parents will choose one of the TK collaboration models. Our parents with 4-year-old children can stay in preschool. They can stay in our program that is a full-day program, or they may opt for the transitional kindergarten program. But to do the transitional kindergarten program, parents have to meet the eligibility for state or Head Start, plus the age eligibility for TK. So one of the things that we're doing is, I know the question came up, how many students have enrolled thus far? We just began the full-day process, and we have 218 slots available. Of those, we have a fraction. I think 10 students from last Monday, and it's been a week, have now enrolled in the TK program. We have information that will be going out that advertises the program, but unfortunately, we've had to wait because TK Full Day is a new program. So we've been working on that, and we've been developing the models so that on day one, it will be successful. And I know that currently we have sites that are interviewing for the TK classrooms, and I believe by next week, we'll have all 9 sites fully staffed. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Doris Reese.
Good evening. I'm Doris Reese, and I'm one of the child development coordinators, now known as Early Care and Education. I would like to share with you some of the benefits of having universal transitional kindergarten in our community. By collaborating with the different funding sources, we're bringing in California state preschool programs, known as CSPP, Head Start with TK to provide comprehensive services. Some of the services include mental health. We have a clinician, full-time clinician, to provide services to those children. We also have a comprehensive parent engagement program. Also, this plan adapts to the universal transitional kindergarten model that is recommended by AB 130 and the guidance that they provided for us to follow. It also helps us to balance and to be fiscally solvent by bringing in funding from all of those sources that we've mentioned. Also, it meets 100% of the Head Start performance standards, where it advises us to provide full-day services to our children. It does require us to meet a particular baseline hours of, I believe it's 1,020 hours per year. And prior to this plan, we only met 50% of that requirement because we did have part-day preschools that didn't meet that mandate. So with this plan, we meet Head Start. We also meet AB 130, and we also meet the requirements for state preschool. So it benefits all of those programs, and it greatly benefits our community. Again, we did mention that it provides extended day opportunities for preschool students. Once they're in a comprehensive learning environment, they can transition into after-school enrichment. And those programs will be in the same setting, in the classroom, so the children will be in an appropriate environment for 4-year-olds. Next slide. But by extending these double session classrooms and converting them into a full day, 6.5 hours a day, again, it's a longer day. We provide comprehensive services. Children have an opportunity for extended learning, and it really contributes in closing the learning gap in the early years. We will be following and implementing the California State Preschool programs and the foundations, and also The collaboration of the 2 Head Start Transitional Kindergarten Collaboration pilot classrooms have also been fully approved by SETA, and they're actually very excited that we're doing the collaboration between Head Start and Universal Transitional Kindergarten. We are the only ones who are piloting such program. We also will be needing the special needs, children with special needs. That's part of that comprehensive services, early intervention and assessments in the early years, and provide the services that they need in the early years. Again, families enrolled in our program will receive comprehensive health, wellness, and education services, which is aligned with the Head Start and California State Preschool Program requirements and foundations. So there's many benefits in implementing such program. It meets federal, state, and it meets, most importantly, it meets the needs of our children in this community. Transitional kindergarten is universal preschool. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Erin.
Hello, good evening again. So, excuse me, the pre-K UTK approach to instruction emphasizes the use of play to support the academic, social, emotional, and physical and identity development of our youngest students. This play-based approach requires that teachers intentionally plan lessons and materials that are universally designed for inclusive access for all children and creating learning environments that are conducive to safe play and exploration, while also requiring them to remain open to children's spontaneous and emergent discoveries and interests. So they need to balance both of those things in these classrooms, which we'd like to see them doing as well as they move up through the grades. Next slide. To support these instructional priorities, we've elected to utilize our existing preschool curriculum, which is the creative curriculum. It is both evidence-based and aligned with the California preschool frameworks, and it has also been vetted by our subject matter experts, our coordinators and training specialists in the curriculum and instruction department. To assess student readiness and skills, gather formative assessment data, and monitor student progress, we are going to be using a standard PK-UTK measurement tool that covers both academic and social emotional development. So you see that here with the desired results developmental profile and the classroom assessment scoring system. In addition, our pre-K UTK teachers will be included in all of our professional learning district-wide and will receive differentiated supports based on the unique needs of our youngest students they serve in the areas of high-quality instruction, universal design for learning, English learner supports, which you'll hear more about in just a few moments, our anti-racist, anti-biased work, trauma-informed care practices, and the inclusion of students with disabilities. And with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Sims to share with you the information about multilingual.
Good evening. And the beauty of this whole thing is being able to collaborate across departments. And such as my colleague Erin already discussed, that there's going to be very tight collaboration with the multilingual department and CNI. And some of these literacy supports that we are looking at is providing vocabulary instructions so that the students are able to play and discover through the use of realia, through the use of manipulatives, songs, rhymes. Also, we want to ensure that our multilingual learners have opportunities to talk with peers and adults. So throughout the day, the students are going to be encouraged to use language, but not just our second language, using primary language supports throughout the day so that they are encouraged to make those very important world connections during the school day. Along with that, we want to expose our multilingual learners to the rich language input, which requires quite a bit of print in the classroom. So if you can just imagine walking into a classroom where you see pictures, where you see language print, where you are going to see different books of different languages, culturally responsive approaches, teachers engaging with the students. and being able to then structure these classroom spaces and routines to provide predictable scaffolding for our multilingual learners and learning in this environment. We also want to encourage, as I already mentioned, the primary language development, and we are also doing this, and we will have a component for parents. So a big part of our multilingual literacy is working and engaging parents. So we want to engage our parents, not just, oh, let me just have a night, an evening with our parents. We really want them to be involved in the learning of these strategies because our parents are our first teachers. And those of us who are English learners or grew up in these environments can relate to that and know how important it is for our families to teach our teachers in our schools what we come with, because we come with assets. And so that's what we want to do. And so with that, as you can see, I get really excited about this topic because it's something that we currently do or we're working towards. And so I look forward to the engagement opportunities and working with our families, our community, and of course, creating these professional learning opportunities along with our C&I department and all other collaborators. And now I will turn it over to Ms. Manpreet.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and Superintendent. I'm Manpreet, Director Youth Development / Expanded Learning. So AB 130 also established that we provide after-school expanded learning before school to all of our unduplicated students, including transitional kindergartners and kindergartners. So we will collaborate with providers to provide a minimum of 9 hours of expanded learning programming. What it means is if TK is for 6.5 hours regular day, then we will provide at least 2.5 or 3 hours of after-school programming so a child can have full 9 hours. But I'm very sure we will go above that. Services hours will be provided based on the needs of the school site. And what I mean over here is if TK starts at 9 o'clock, but some parents need before school services because they need to go to work, in that case, we will provide before school program and after school program. But if at another site, it's not needed, before school is not needed, then we will provide after school. So services will be based on when we discuss things with the principal. Student to staff ratio will be 10:1. I know we saw that ratio is 12:1 in TK, but in expanded learning, according to the guidelines, it's 10:1. YDS, we will work with the administrators to serve the students in the same classrooms because they need those small chairs, small tables, small equipment, playground. So we'll make sure we keep serving kids over there. We will also collaborate with early learning and care department to give training to our community partners in curriculum, in positive behavior strategies. We have never served TK and kinders in our programming in Sac City Unified School District, so we want to make sure that we are ready for the young kids and our staff are ready and our community partners. Next slide. We will work with nutrition services to provide snack and supper. In our after-school programs, we provide supper to all of our students, and if at some places where after school is longer, we provide snack too. So in this case, we will make sure that we work with the nutrition services. We will encourage our CBOs, our community-based organizations, to hire bilingual staff, or at least 6 units of early childhood ECE units. Safety is very important for us in after school in expanded learning. So the sign-in process will go that once regular day programming is over, our staff will sign in students in expanded learning, the ones who will be staying. And then at the end of the day, when parents will come to pick up, they will have to sign out when they will take their students home. Age-appropriate enrichments in arts, language development, relationship building. These young kids are coming to school first time, so we will make sure that we provide enough of those arts-based or dance or music or play so that they can create some kind of fondness for school. And school is not a scary place. It's a place where they would like to be because it's fun over there. Tomorrow I'm going to have more fun. And then we will make sure that we provide all the applications for expanded learning in multiple language. We have already 5 applications translated in 5 languages. So we will work with our MARC Center to make sure that TK families receive that too. And now I will hand it over to my colleague Jill Weber. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jill Weber. I'm an administrator of teaching and learning in the special education department. So I will be talking about legal mandates and credentialing. So with our transitional kindergarten classrooms, we are going to be abiding by specific laws for attendance for young children that are transitional kindergarten age. So we will continue to follow our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, least restrictive environment, which means for our students with disabilities, educating them to the maximum extent possible with their typically developing peers, as well as following California Education Code. Currently, our early childhood special education credential does not include students that are TK age. The credential is from birth through preschool age. So the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing right now is working on a long-term solution to that issue. But short-term issues, they're going to be looking into coursework, professional development, and a combination of competency and experience in regards to that starting on July 1st to address some of these issues. So to ensure proactive planning, by having a special education team member on this team, we're proactively planning for our students with disabilities as part of this initiative. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Chris Ralston.
Good evening. I'm here to support or provide the support necessary for this program to be implemented into our existing capacity here at the school district, utilizing rooms that are already on campus in our current inventory. We are meeting the Title V requirements of young learners in their spaces. Custodial cleaning is already considered in part of those square footages. It's part of our calculation that already exists. The department is asking for very little in support in terms of financial supports, but supplies will be asked for and budgeted for, just very similar to our expanded learning program that's coming on board. You heard last board meeting. And while our facilities master plan, and this bill does ask about it, does your facilities master plan speak to UTK? Ours does not. However, our facilities master plan is a gathering of data that supports all of our facilities. And inside of that, we can make decisions using that data to support any program, including UTK, coming to our campuses. So I now am going to send it over to my bestie in budget, Mr. Gabe Estrada.
Evening, members. Universal Pre-Kindergarten, or UPK, the funding for the 21-22 year, the planning and implementation grant is $634,954, and that's broken down with a base component of $100,000, with an enrollment component of $304,751, and a supplemental component of $230,203. Beginning the 2022-23 year, LCFF includes transitional kinder add-ons of $22,813 per average daily attendance. Also for the 22-23 expanded learning program funding, School Services of California has estimated that we will receive $30.7 million. This is primarily for before and after school services. And as Member Garcia would be happy to see, that currently the projections as of the time we created the presentation, there were 249 applications. I believe there are more now over the 10 existing sites, and with enrollment open now for the 9 full day sites. And now I'll turn it over to my colleagues in HR.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I am Tiffany Simmons, and I'm here with my colleague, Christina Villegas, and we're HR directors, and we're here to share how human resources has gathered and collaborated in this effort.
Good evening. As reflected in this slide, to date we have posted 9 transitional kindergarten positions at both elementary and K-8 sites. We also have a partnership with the Sacramento County Office of Education and the University of Massachusetts Global, formerly Brandman University, and are exploring multiple avenues to support current employees into becoming viable candidates for this position. Later this evening before you is a resolution to adopt professional qualifications for existing teachers to teach transitional kindergarten for the 22-23 school year. And we will continue with additional outreach. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to my colleague, Nikki Kangas.
Good evening. So, as Aida mentioned, we really wanted to make sure that the planning and the program experience that our students and parents would be receiving was really dialed before we launched our enrollment communications. So we've recently begun that effort. The main point in the messaging that we want to make sure that we communicate is that whole child approach that Erin Hansen was discussing, and to provide families an understanding of what the program structure would look like, as well as the social emotional learning benefits that students would experience. We need to make sure they know, of course, the details of the program, but we face a communications challenge in that we need to expand beyond our district mailing list, as yes, we can reach many families that do have children that are eligible for these programs, but many haven't entered into our district yet. And so as the entry point into our district, we also want to make sure that the differentiation of our offering is clear. So with that, we're going to need to rely heavily on community organizations to support us in our outreach efforts to families that are not yet in our district. So I'll be meeting with many community organizations to help explain the program, provide them with toolkits to help support us in our communications efforts, and also school sites as well, as we know that the relational connection they have with their families often supersedes the district communications that they receive centrally. Another objective is to ensure that we are translating all of our materials. So we're in the process of developing collateral in addition to what is currently posted online that we just got launched last week, and ensuring that all of the languages in the areas where these programs are going to be located are being served. Next slide, please. And so we just want to make sure we're using every tool at our disposal to cast the widest net that we can and inform our community of these offerings. So all of the typical communications tactics that our team would use centrally are listed here, but really making sure that we're also creating presentation slides so that parent information nights can be hosted in person. And again, providing all these materials translated in as many languages as possible. And then providing our community partners as well with those toolkits of materials with the translations so that they can help support our efforts. And with that, I'll turn it back to Christine Pieta.
As you can see, we've put a lot of love, care, and work into this project. And I'm really excited and proud of this team, really, really proud. Thank you all, because this group of people have also been really, really engaged in working in other areas for our system. This, as we consider our next steps, this is a phased-in process of expansion, with this being considered year one and our planning year. As we move into 22, 23, and beyond, our plans are to continue to work with our interdisciplinary design team to determine our next TK sites and address the challenges that we learn as we go through this process. We've learned this year and will continue to learn. We are also in the very beginning stages of designing a business process for our expansion that is grounded in our equity index. As our interdepartmental team has worked together to design our plans, we have been very grateful for community input and our collaborative enrollment process. We are working to make sure that our littles have the very best teachers, and you heard from our HR team, they've been incredible partners as we've moved through this journey, and we're really celebrating and excited that Principal Herr here today, we've learned that she has already hired her TK teacher to support her Kimball Little. So congratulations. We are so excited that you have your teacher, and we know that you were hoping that that was going to be the person that would be serving your youngest learners. And now our team of experts are here. We're ready to hear public concerns, comments, as well as board feedback and any questions that we may be able to support with.
Great, thank you. Mr. Heath, do we have public comment?
We do. Terrence Gladney. And also Taylor Kayada.
Okay.
Good evening again. I'm excited about the opportunity to expand, school experiences to our neediest learners, because that's where the gap begins. It's pervasive all the way throughout the rest of their educational careers. So the more we can do, the better we can set them up for success. I do have some concerns or some comments. One is I don't see the parent participation model reference here, and it's a proven model. We often have them on the chopping block. My own children were a product of it. It gave me my earliest introduction into advocacy and service and engagement in the school process. So they already have a model for some of the things that were referenced. So I would love for us to leverage them as a proven partner. And then maybe we can use some of these funds to take them off of the consistent chopping block. We have talked about the infusion of potential community schools funds. I see some of the tenets of that model referenced here. So why not work collaboratively to hopefully either introduce a community schools model at sites where we're putting universal TK, or vice versa. I would love to see an overlay to see where the synergies exist there. And the same with student support centers. I do have a concern about a 9-hour potential school day for our babies when we're talking about transitioning them into the school environment. That's a longer school day than even some of our high schoolers have, even those that play sports and do extracurriculars. So I don't know if there's a way to sort of like bridge them into that. But also from an enrollment standpoint, what I've seen in schools like Cabrillo is that some of our classrooms are displaced for some programs like Head Start, but then we don't receive the benefit of enrollment into our school sites. So we're talking about growing our enrollment. So if maybe the TK teachers could loop up with those kids in the kindergarten, maybe that's a way for them to have a trusted adult already there that could bridge them into our enrollment cycles. I also have questions about how we're going to ensure that we have culturally relevant staff. And I was excited to see that they're filling so many of the vacancies. But that seems to be a contrast with all of the vacancies that we have in our existing system. So I'm just wondering, what are they doing that's different? Is it the lower classroom sizes? What is different that we can learn from to hopefully infuse some of that into our existing vacancies across all grade levels that we have? Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence.
I just want to take a chance to say thank you to everyone here who I'm literally surrounded with, who clearly have so much passion for this. I can't say enough how excited I am for this, coming to our district. My daughter is in TK this year at Harkness. It's been amazing. I think she reads almost as well as her brother in first grade. It's great. I could say so much, but I just want to focus right now on the benefits that this can offer for our students with disabilities. My son did not get the early intervention that he needed, in part because he wasn't around district staff. He had us as his parents saying what we were seeing with him. He had one assessment, which in my opinion did not go well. And then there was a long delay until he started getting services and finally had someone, associated with the district who identified something else. But that's a year delay. Having a program like this where younger kids are already working with district staff, working with teachers, we can identify these things so much sooner. There was a couple mentions of, benefits for special education, an acknowledgement of idea and whatnot. I would really hope that going forward, there's a deliberate focus, coordination with the special ed department, with the SELPA, to make sure that early intervention is really, really taken seriously as a key component of this, so that by the time our kids get to kindergarten, first grade, they've really been caught up to something that maybe they wouldn't have been recognized previously if they're not were in this. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, I'll open this up for board comment. I do have a quick question regarding the 9 hours that Mr. Gladney had mentioned. Do they need to stay the entire 9 hours, or can a parent choose that how long they stay?
No. So it's our responsibility to provide the access to 9 hours or more based on the needs of the parents. But if a parent wants to pick up their child after 7 hours or right 8, whenever they want to, they can pick up. We provide, our staff should be present for 9 hours at the site.
Is what it's available for.
Right, that it's available. Parents
Okay.
can pick up their children anytime they want.
Okay, I'm glad we clarified that. And I'm glad that Terrence brought up the parent participation preschool. My children were the product of this as well, and I do wonder like how this is going to interact with with that program, and I know it's totally different, kind of. But Olga kind of hit my heart when she talked about like the parents being excited and involved, and that they're their first teacher. Well, you know what? Sometimes we are the parents' teacher too, right? And we help them, and we help them help their students. So it just made me, that was before Terrence even said that, I was writing down parent participation preschool. Like, how can we combine these together? So.
I want to share with you that these classrooms will be model based on performance standards. The Head Start is the highest. They are aligned with the California Preschool Foundations. Both Head Start and State and Transitional Kindergarten requires us to offer children a rest time, including, if needed, an hour of nap. So the children will be napping in the second part of the day. So in the morning, we'll have their transitional kindergarten experience. The afternoon will be either the State or Head Start, and all children will have the opportunity to rest. Yes, 9 hours is a long day, and parents have the choice to end their day after transitional kindergarten in, what we consider the core element of teaching and learning. They have those choices. And again, they will be taking naps.
Thank you for that clarification.
I'll offer also that from an equity standpoint, in our system, we've offered fee-based childcare, and not everybody can participate in fee-based childcare. So what we're working to provide is an opportunity that's available in our neediest areas that nobody has to pay for, but it's an opportunity, and if anybody feels like it's best for their child, it's there. But if they would like to take their child home, they absolutely can. Our intention, President Pritchett, is to scoop our parent participation preschool programming, which currently lives in adult ed, as you know, which is also part of our academic office service area. But this year, for the work that we're doing, as you hear, as we're phasing this in, that part of our restructure is later in our programming. But we do want all preschool work under the care of this interdisciplinary team. So that's part of our programming that superintendent has asked us to also be looking into as we move through this program. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and not changing the model, because the parent participation preschool is a very unique model and needed. Other comments? Member Garcia?
Well, if the budget team was the dark cloud, sorry, Rose, no offense to your team. This is definitely like Sunshine and Rainbow's team. So I just want to thank you all for such a comprehensive update. It's exactly what I had hoped to hear, because I know there was so much work happening behind the scenes. There's so many there are just so many departments that need to come together. We're starting something from scratch in a way for everyone. And it's just really exciting for me to hear that we're finally going to be in year one. I do want to just underscore that we can accelerate the implementation if if we can, right? We don't have to do it over a 4-year period. We can grow as fast as our system can support, but we can serve more kids. I did want to ask a question about, and maybe this is in phase 2, the programs that are currently half-day, is the goal to make those full day as well? Yeah, go ahead.
It absolutely is to make those programs full day. Board members, you'll remember a few meetings ago, we transitioned our double session preschool programming to full day programming in order to continue to better serve our students in our community. So that is our intention with those existing sites.
Excellent, because I can see some sites here that I think would welcome the full day. I don't know all the sites, but I am familiar with a few. I also just wanted to touch upon the facilities piece. I know that facilities is always a challenge, and I realize that not every single school site will have a TK program, but I am going to continue to advocate that we have to have a TK program at as many schools as possible. And I realize that we're starting off with sort of the low-hanging fruit in terms of grading programs, serving the areas of greatest needs, serving the students of greatest needs, but need looks different in different communities. And need in my area, I mean, there's also deserts of access to transitional kinder. We have a lot of working families. I was one of those working families, so I dropped off my kids at 9 a.m. and I picked them up at 6 p.m. and they were three-year-olds. I mean, that's what I needed, and I couldn't consider any of the district programs. One, I wasn't eligible based on income, and 2, it was a part day. I could never make that work. So I don't want to lose sight that we have a lot of families who may not be income eligible for some of our programs, but they also have needs, and we also have to serve them under AB 130, because this is not based on income. So I just wanted to say that. And then going to the facilities piece, it would be helpful to get sort of at some point, some information as to where you see additional opportunities to establish a TK program, obviously making sure that there's need or demand for a program like that. At some of our schools, I know some of our schools are at capacity. They don't have extra classroom spaces, and these classrooms are very tailored because everything needs to be tiny. Sinks and toilets and all that stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out how are we going to create those spaces. There is state funds available to draw down to modernize and update some of those facilities. So I want to make sure that we access those funds. We also have Measure H that we set aside some funds specifically for these classrooms. So I just want to hear a little bit more about the facility piece, because I know it is a challenge.
Sure. So the first part is having a plan, and that's what we're discussing today, and identifying the sites, and we're letting child development and the crew come up with where would you like us to focus on. Going to the state grant, it's not as exciting as you would probably wish it would with all these opportunities around us. It's a point-based system. It's one application, one site, and the district, if selected and hits the high enough mark on the points received, only gets one application even if we submitted 50. So we would be searching for opportunities to maximize that one application, knowing that demand right now is exceeding going to be the available funds. And our next window of eligibility to submit is April of next year. So that's when we will be working towards submitting for state funding to maximize any efforts that the group has, that we could expand our services and our spaces. Using Measure H, I think you're going to see a lot of facilities over the next 6-8 months. discussing some awesome opportunities that we're providing to a lot of facilities in a lot of parts of our districts, supporting so many programs. And I think just right now, it may be a little early for me to tell you what Measure H looks like exactly for UTK, but every opportunity is being used.
Okay, well, I will keep asking you
Please
because
do.
that's what I will do. The good news is that there are efforts at the state level to set aside, maybe even $2 billion specifically for TK implementation related to the facility. So we don't know what's going to be in the final budget, but that's one bright side of what may be coming down.
Sure.
the
So
Harris
in
State.
preparation for tonight, I have a lot of fingers out and a lot of cookie jars right now, trying to figure out best opportunities. What are other school districts doing? What are architects finding? But we're also using all of our consultants that we use to find every state grant, including like the modernization grant that everybody's familiar with for facilities. So there isn't a rock we haven't lifted in the last couple months to figure this out.
Because the littles are counting on you.
Absolutely.
On all of us, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate the overview on how opportunities will be made available to existing staff if they choose to, go down the path of earning a credential to specifically teach to TK. But also really like the combo in terms of staffing with one certificated and one classified. I think that's exactly what I have heard for the last several years in being in these conversations at the state level. I mean, that's the vision. So much of what I heard today aligns with what I've been hearing. I think I've been working on this issue for like 5 years. So there's just so much alignment. I really appreciate that. And I think in terms of outreach, I know this is year one, and I have nothing but confidence that it'll get better every year because the word's going to get out. But also thinking and how my mother found out about opportunities, right? And TV. I mean, it's watching her telenovelas or watching her news, listening to the radio. But it's sometimes going back to maybe some of the more traditional ways of accessing information for a lot of our families. So if we can just, I think be very creative, because it's a tremendous opportunity to grow our programs, to serve more kids, and just being able to serve more kids earlier so that we can really address, some of the other challenges that we see in later grades. I really am excited about the inclusion program. I think all our programs should be inclusive, and so I'm really excited about that. I just want to thank you for all the hard work that you did, and it took a village, but I think it's going to be worth it. So thank you.
Board Member Garcia, I want to clarify that those 9 half-day TK programs, we will be providing services, expanded learning services to those 9 half TK too. And we will make sure we do enough to bring naps to those students too. So if they need to stay for longer hours at the school site. So I don't know if I was not very clear, but so all sites, all TK sites will have access to 9 hours of programming.
Yes, the only difference is that they don't have 6.5 hours, right?
Yeah, they
Okay,
don't 6.5.
yeah. No, I did get that, and yes, naps are critical for preschoolers and 4-year-olds. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh. Member Rhodes?
Thank you, everyone. I'll keep my comments brief as possible. I just have 2 things to say. We talk about our 9-hour days and naps and things like that we're just discussing. It reminds me of I was a student at Bret Hart Children's Center. And we used to go, I was 5 years old, 5, 6 years old. Me and my brother used to go. My father worked in the county, and literally would drop us off at school in the morning. We'll go to the Bret Harte Children's Center, go to class. Afterwards, we'll come back. We'll have our nap. I remember taking naps still. I remember Mr. Rogers. I remember all these folks that Miss Ballard, all those folks that I had opportunity to be with when I was really young. And then after school, we'll be in Bret Harte Elementary School after school program. My father would pick me up at 5 o'clock and we'd go home. I literally spent from kindergarten to 6th grade most of my life at Bret Harte Elementary School, right? And at the Children's Center. And so this reminds me of that and how much it's needed for our families. So it's really, really amazing that you have that. And then I would also say this, I want to throw it out there. I know we're in our first year, but dual immersion TK, just throw it out there for you guys. I think that would be a beautiful addition to what we do and help connect some of the really strong programs we have in our school district, and especially in the south side of the city, when our Hmong immersion and a Spanish immersion, Miss Her, she know her very well. My kids actually go to that school. And so I'm excited. Once we get everything rolling, dual immersion, TK, then we get in middle school. Let's just connect the whole thing. Let's connect the whole thing. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time.
Love it. Member Morosky?
Yeah, thank you, Member Rhodes, for bringing up how important this is to support our working families. Feel the same way, and we almost didn't enroll our son in TK because he was such a napper, and they didn't have an opportunity for a nap. He had to go from the TK to straight to Children's Center with no nap, but he managed. But yeah, it was dicey. I just echo, so much of what Member Garcia said, so I won't repeat it, but I do like the idea of, more traditional media, including maybe even direct mail or just other, ways that you can really get something across to a lot of folks who may not be in our system or access our means of communication. And also just a comment on the one-time funds. Again, if we really are in a position of having just a lot of one-time funds, making capital investments in a program like TK is a great opportunity. So, I just hope we're opening to making, facility investments with that if it's appropriate. I think we should just consider it as we're looking at what we do with that. Thank you. I'm really, really excited. Thanks.
Well, I think you can sense the excitement up here, and I was thinking of, wow, how wonderful would a commercial be? That would be fantastic. Yes, I've seen it for other districts. Why can't we do it? Well, thank you so much, all of you, for all of your hard work. What a wonderful team. We're so happy to have you on our side. Wonderful job. I'm looking forward to hearing reports back. And all right, resolution number 10.3. Item number 10.3. Resolution number 3272 to adopt professional experience qualifications to teach transitional kindergarten for the 22-23 school year. Dr. McCarn? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I am Nancy Rose, Interim Human Resources Director, and I am joined this evening by Directors Christina Villegas and Dr. Tiffany Smith-Simmons. And we are here to present Resolution 3272 to adopt the qualifications of professional experience to teach transitional kindergarten for the 22-23 school year. Next slide. As you will see, the acronyms that we will be using this evening are listed on our second slide. TK, of course, meaning transitional kindergarten. SCUSD refers to our school district. HR, Human Resource Services. UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten. UTK, Universal Transitional Kindergarten. SCOE, SCOE, Sacramento County Office of Ed, and ELC, Early Learning and Care. As you see, or as you have seen in this slide, which was presented previously by my colleagues, we have already begun and are underway with our recruitment and retention efforts. We are working with our partners with Sacramento County Office of Ed and University of Massachusetts Global, formerly Brandman University, to partner to develop programs to allow for intern credential capability and teacher residency focused on TK teachers. Our ongoing advertising via multiple platforms, both internal and external, is assisting us with our outreach and efforts to hire our staff. We are also doing additional outreach, and this is an important point. We are targeting our existing Sac City classroom teachers because we want to bring them into the program and find ways to create pipelines for them to become TK teachers as well, according to AB 130. We have held sessions with existing early learning and care teachers to discuss their options. We are offering transcript analysis and are continuing to outreach to host informational sessions, including opportunities for multiple subject credential holders. The key points of our resolution really are grounded in the fact that the district has an interest in making transitional kindergarten positions available to applicants with comparable preschool teaching experience pursuant to Ed Code Section 4800, G, Sections 4 and B. The district recognizes that serving as a credential teacher of record for one complete school year in a transitional kindergarten classroom is equivalent to the 24 units in early childhood education and/or childhood development under the same Ed Code. One complete school year, as noted in the legislation, means that the employers or employees serve 75% of the number of the regular days that schools are in session. Here are some of our key next steps. Currently, there are 10 existing TK classrooms, and out of the 10, there are 5 teachers who will be able to remain in the classroom if this resolution is passed this evening. So far, 4 have been placed for the 22-23 school year due to our ongoing outreach and interviewing for these positions. Additionally, we will be able to use this resolution as a stepping stone to continually recruit, especially if there are in-district teachers interested in teaching in a TK classroom. Early Learning and Care, along with Human Resources, have held 2 sessions with ELC staff, and we've already received close to 26 requests to review employee transcripts and their employment history with the district. This resolution will assist in this effort to determine eligibility. Your approval of this resolution will ensure we're at appropriate staffing levels of these newly formed classrooms. Thank you for your consideration of this resolution this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Heap, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
No public comment? All right. Do we have any board comment? All right. This is Member Garcia.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So this resolution will make it easier? Yeah? Okay, okay. I just needed to make that connection. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, this is an action item. Can I get a motion to approve resolution number 3272? I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Superintendent, roll call?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia? Aye. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Perfect. Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much.
All right. Item 10.4, summary of educational partner input to the LCAP. Mr. Ramirez-Fong.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, colleagues, and members of the public. As the presentation cues up, tonight we're here to provide a high-level summary of some of the key themes that have emerged in this year's LCAP input process. Definitely want to encourage folks that are interested in some of the more detailed information to look at the executive summary. For this presentation, we built that executive summary out a little larger than we would have, and that really is essentially the draft content from the LCAP educational partner section. So you can really see where it's at as of now. It includes some more detailed information about the different types of specific pieces of input that have come through the different processes, whereas this presentation really looks at those themes that have emerged across those. Again, here, some of our acronyms and really seeing a lot of intersection with some of our colleagues in other presentations, as well as some of the key terms that we pulled in from the back of our executive summary. We're not necessarily using all these terms in this presentation, but I think it was pointed out at our last presentation for the LCAP that these terms here on the left are really fundamental to understanding, LCFF, the local control funding formula, and LCAP, and so we'll continue to include them. Always anchoring in here, and we've had some good examples tonight. Really for this presentation, anchoring in on the we and the vigilantly. When I think about educational partner input, that's part of the vigilance, right? We hear our different partners, community members share their priorities, and that is that vigilance around what is and is not working in our system. Just would point out here that we shared a very similar slide last year. The key change, and just a reminder, is that last year this said stakeholders, and we are constantly bringing more attention to the fact that we shifted to that term educational partners, and that was for good reason, and that's happening across the state. LCAP was kind of at first place, but we're starting to see it permeate out further. And then just also noting the last sentence here that this is an ongoing process and it's annual. And we mentioned a little last time that really one of the silver linings of all of the anomalous things that happened was breaking that kind of contained yearly cycle, and it really has become an ongoing process. And so everything that's happening now, even though we're on the doorstep of June, goes right into the summer, right into August, right into the fall. So despite what was a very unusual year, we were still able to maintain some of the similar types of opportunities. I think it is important to note that some of the timelines were bent or broken by the surge, by the time out of the school in March and April, but we were still able to provide a lot of opportunities, which was helpful to getting some different types of input. So here, really, we're going to focus in the next series of slides on what were these emergent themes and what were some examples of things in the emergent themes. And again, definitely encourage folks to take a look at the executive summary and ultimately the LCAP as we finalize to see some detailed examples. But what we saw that came out, and we're going to talk a little more about how there were echoes to last year, was this really focus on personalization or individualized educational experience. And that both in terms of the opportunities we provide and also the way that we're assessing and measuring student need. Also, a huge focus on recruitment, retention, and development of talent. Everything that we've talked about and heard about this year with regard to staffing shortages, you've heard it come through in all the different presentations, and that definitely came through in the partner input. How do we reduce and eliminate the vacancies, and then how do you retain excellent teachers? And then within that as well, also that representation. Equitable access to programs and resources, that's a common theme around how are we making sure that all of our students are gaining access to the resources they need in order to reach our goals. Early education, which we won't necessarily belabor because you just had a tremendous presentation on it, but that's been a really important theme as well. How do we, I think we've spoken to, how do we ensure that more students and ultimately all students have access? And then representation, diversity, and anti-racism. It's a big box, but really contains a few things which we'll mention that kind of echo a lot of the conversations that have happened in the district. And then community partnerships, really seeking out more ways, because one of the things I think our partners have really helped us keep at the top of mind is we can't do it all. And there's a lot of folks out there that have assets and resources that can help us fill places where we don't have the capacity or the expertise. So within that personalization, I'm just noting here, and the bolding just for effect, so if we can have some key terms. Assessment's been a hot conversation, and when you look at all the input that comes, it's balanced. There's the recognition that assessment is critical. There is a need for reliable and consistent assessment, but then also balance with the feedback that it can't only be standardized assessment. There's a whole spectrum of assessment, and there's also the expressed concern about over-assessment. So that was all inside that container, but all acknowledging the importance of being able to understand where a student is and then being able to refer that student to the appropriate services. Differentiation has always been a powerful theme within this. The recognition that that's at tier 1, that's not just tier 2 or 3. So we're differentiating for students at their individual level inside of the general classroom, right, in the classroom setting. And then targeting students' intervention when needed. And then this last bullet point really came out very interestingly in the survey. A lot of comments were very specific to the idea that it can't only be college. And not to say it's not college, but there has to be this balance between the awareness of career pathways, and that's part of the ongoing conversations around career technical education, vocational pathways, and so really expanding students' awareness of what's out there and then preparing them to make an educated choice. And that really goes very much in line with our desire to have them have access to a wide array of options. Within the recruitment, retention, and development of talent section, again, I think some of these things have been said, so we want to really call back to excellent comments by colleagues, being innovative, being competitive in the hiring landscape. Folks have talked about the calendar we operate on and just the way we're able to act with speed to be able to do that. Elimination of classroom other staffing vacancies, we're always going to put that in there because it's always coming out, is just the impact that a vacancy can have on an individual student or a grade span or a school. A lot of feedback was supportive of giving staff the resources in the form of time, professional learning that they need to implement, right? Acknowledging that there is a lot of work to be done, there's a lot of powerful programs, but staff need those support pieces to be able to do that as the district intends, and then really focusing in recruitment and retention to build a staff that reflects our demographics. That has continued to echo, and that would be not only our racial, ethnic diversity, but also our linguistic diversity, cultural diversity. Who do our students look like? Who do our families look like? And the desire to have a staff that also reflects that. This is something that has come up in past LCAT presentations. This phrase, no pay to play. The idea that we really need to ensure that all students, all families have access to a wide array of robust and rigorous options inside and outside the classroom. And one thing that's kind of emerged out of this is it's not the idea that every school has to be the same. And it's not the idea that every school has to be capped, right? It's what's come out is that we have to raise the floor without capping the ceiling, right? All students should be able to go to a Sacramento City Unified School and have access to an array of arts, sports, music, clubs, library services, vocational programs, college trips, other field trips. Those are the things we see mentioned. And it's not to say it has to be identical, but it shouldn't be that some folks have access because they can pay and some folks don't because they can't. A lot of really positive comments that this bucket is also aligned with the mental health and wellness bucket. By giving students robust options, we're providing them that tier 1 support to activities that will engage them in the school site. It's not to say that it replaces really necessary tier 2 or tier 3 or other types of wellness services, but that it's a piece of that. And then coming out as well, really helping students with the college application process, leveling the playing field there, ensuring that there's not barriers similar to the way that we do that for the testing space. Again, early ed, you just heard it done far better than I could do. Just reiterating here that it's seen as a really key lever, particularly for our students with the highest needs. I think that's a gap there that if we can ensure that more students have early education access, then that can start addressing some of those gaps at the necessary point in time. And then in this rather large bucket, we've heard in the past, and it was reiterated, needing to look at our curriculum, ensuring that it reflects the specific experiences of our student groups and our families. Looking at our staff again, it's here in 2 buckets because it's been so important. Representation does matter. Support for the anti-racism training we're doing, and just reiteration that we need to continue to build upon that and the systems that help us dismantle anti-racism. And then just a note here that we've had continued feedback around the school renaming process. So this is a eclectic bucket that all connects in the sense of folks are recognizing some key through lines and needs. And then the last theme that we're sharing here is community partnerships. And we heard about this from some of our past presentations from some of our district committees, but really looking at breaking down the walls between school and community. And then we've heard from this from some of our board members as well, providing additional supports that helps schools build out the connections and ties to the neighborhoods around them, to the communities around them, and then bringing in different community groups to help provide services. And that could be in the form of intersections with the student support centers, but also beyond just that context. So if you look back at last year, and this is pulling out the titles from last year's presentation that we gave in a similar vein, it's really interesting to see how many connections there are. And some of the wording is different, but if you look down the line here where you look at individualized supports, early grades, mental health supports, climate and culture, coherence and consistency is like that foundational program, equitable allocation, you really see that we're hearing the themes echo. And so I think it's a good reminder that our community has a sense of what they believe we should be doing, and they're going to keep telling us, and we even heard that tonight. So it's a good reminder that it comes out in these processes as well. So this was shared a little last time, but just making the connection that impact in the LCAP happens as a result of input, whether it's redesigning goals, whether it's creating more alignment, bringing in new actions, revising the way we look at our desired outcomes. That all is fed from our educational partners. And then just from here, it's definitely still a live process. We're still collaborating with our budget partners to put in our projected expenditures. We're still working on refining goals. We're still updating measurable outcome data, and we're still engaging with input. So even though we are here sharing a summary, it's not to say that we have finished or that we're done. And we've just updated the board meeting dates to show the next steps because we pushed those both out a week. So that's the high-level summary here. Again, would encourage folks to go into the executive summary if they want to know more, and happy to take questions.
All right, before we go to questions, it is just a little after 10:30, and we need a motion to extend the meeting. Currently, our agenda says at 11. Let's try not to use that much time, but can we get a motion to extend till 11 o'clock? A preferential vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We have Terrence Gladney.
All right. Terrence is in it for the long haul.
Good evening again. A couple thoughts and reflections. Our LCAP is supposed to inform our budget. We're supposed to speak to our priorities, but I mean, I just can't help but to identify like the contradiction between what we say are our priorities and even what's on the agenda. I often hear board members ask Cerner Center staff what they need. Do they have enough staff? We know there are glaring vacancies closest to our children, and that doesn't seem to be the priority. We're developing new programs with an intent on hiring new staff, but are we really going to give those babies sort of like false hope? They have a fully funded or fully staffed TK program, and then they basically go to hell when they go to our school sites that don't have teachers in the classrooms. We're talking about equity and programs, and again, in the consent agenda, I see 2 Sutter field trips and a McClatchy field trip, all of them going to DC. And we're talking about, in the LCAP priorities, no pay to play. I don't see Luther Burbank. I don't see Hiram Johnson. I don't see Will C. Wood. I don't see Sam Brannon. I heard the superintendent do a social media release talking about coconut water and Sly Park. Where's the same disdain for this? Why is this even on the agenda if that's your values? I heard earlier and ask, again, the LCAP from year 1 has talked about restorative practices. And we're talking about adding additional responsive, reactive staff and not really getting down, again, to the needs of the neediest kids. Why are they bringing this trauma into our school site and having it unaddressed? We'll deal with it on the other end and suspend them. We'll send them out to, a credit recovery school. But where are the urgent pleas to address their needs that they bring with them into our school sites? Counselors, nurses, mental health, something that provides them stability and hope. That's what our school sites are supposed to be. So I hope that we can really just reshape this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any board comment? Member Rhodes?
Okay, so, Stephen, thank you. This is great to see. I think that we're going through the community partnerships part, breaking down walls between schools and community. We have a huge opportunity to even dive deeper into that work. Some of our school sites do that now, but with our community schools grant and money that's coming in, we have a really huge opportunity to really engage the community in that way, and our businesses and community partners around. The idea of strong schools build strong neighborhoods and community, and vice versa, is very true and rings very true in the LCAP and what LCAP has always kind of spoke about. So I look forward to collaborating and then also making sure that we break down the silos and build synergy with that statement you guys have there. Also, the opportunities to include art, sports, music, club, libraries, all that. I feel that every school site should have arts and music programs. I just, once again, I'll talk about Bret Hart Elementary School. And just this weekend, I was at some event and I asked people, I said, hey, do you guys remember, does anybody remember the song De Calores? And did anybody else learn that song in elementary school? And I don't know if you ever heard the song, De Calores que viste en los campos de la primavera, that song, right? And everybody does, yeah, I remember that song. Like, did everybody learn this song? He's like, guy was like, I went to school in LA and I know that song. And so the idea of arts and culture just being part of education in like the mid 90s and early 90s is something that I think we should bring back. And that sparked, actually, I would say the reason I even speak Spanish today, African-American kid from the south side of the city, was because of like this arts and culture that exposed me to the Spanish language that early, to where it has benefited me as an adult. And I think that we should start thinking about those type of things. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Great points, Member Rhodes. Member Garcia?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the executive summary. It was a wealth of information, a lot of information that we have seen over the years. They're the same asks, right? There's nothing, I think, that is an ask that's too large that we shouldn't be able to I think, fund it through our LCAP or through our budget. So I also wanted to come back to elevating that. Just yesterday, the State Board of Education approved the first round of grants for community schools. And Sac City received $9.5 million. And that is going to go to some of the schools. I printed the list that, are part of our LCAP. I know Hiram is getting a grant, Hiram Johnson, Luther Burbank, John Still, Rosa Parks, Fern Bacon, and Wilsey Wood. And that means that they will have some resources. I mean, Hiram Johnson, over a 5-year period, will get $1.9 million. That is a significant level of funding to bring in a community school, right? Bring in additional supports for the students and families in that area. But I do also think that we need to make sure that all our schools have mental health support. I mean, it's one of the things that we know is needed. So Superintendent, I'd like to know what is the cost if we make sure that all our schools, through community schools, whatever funding source it is, but that everybody has one full-time mental health provider at our school site. Because a lot of these, for example, this particular grant is focused at, I think, mostly middle school and high school, but we're not covering our elementary schools. So, so I wanted to see that. I just want to thank you for always, and I've been in we've shared spaces in other areas, presenting to the DLAC like you did last night. But I always appreciate your very calm demeanor, your very open, just openness and encouraging for input and feedback from our parents and underscoring the importance to hear from them. And just, again, it's just the same asks. So I do want to sort of understand, I don't know if it's at a board meeting or what kind of meeting we have where I need to start connecting that a little bit more clearly between LCAP needs and then like where do I see it in the budget? So just because the majority of our funds are tied to the LCAP. So it's important to see that connection. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Morosky?
Thank you, Stephen, and always such a nice job. And thank you for bringing this forward to us in such a digestible way. I know it's a lot of work that's all poured into this one PowerPoint. So just one comment. We have talked a lot at the board level and through our communities about ways we can make things better for students. But addressing the question of vacancies and having a teacher in the classroom is just the foundational, maybe always not sufficient, but definitely necessary. It's just the baseline of what we need to be able to ensure for our families. So I think, I would just like to see, as we adopt see the LCAP come forward and adopt it in June, that be spelled out, of what our strategies really are, because I know we talk a lot about it, and I like to channel Rich Vasquez, because he's not here, but it really is so critical. It's one consistent thread that we've all heard through the years, so would really like to see the emphasis on that and the clarity about how we address it. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth. Member Garcia, did you have your light back on?
Yeah, I forgot to also make 2 requests because I see it in this from, I think, the student feedback. It's been in prior input that we received from students, is that they want both college and career opportunities. So I would like for us to get an update on what we have in the district and where we see opportunities for new programs, especially career, CTE type of programs. And then separately also, I would like to get an update or a presentation on what community schools look like. What is the plan? What's the district's plan now that we have $9.5 million? In addition to $2.5 million that the district received, I think, last year from the very first investment, state investment for community schools. So I think it would be helpful to understand what that looks like. And then who our partners are, both internally, not only with services that we already offer, but through our teachers and our workforce, our school site staff, but also our community-based organizations, so internal and external partners.
All right. I won't repeat anything my colleague said. I think you got a little to-do list. But thank you so much for this information. Thank you for the work that you do. This is an informational item, and we will be hearing more on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks. Item 11.0, consent agenda. Do we have any public comment on consent? Member,
We have Terrence Gladney for item 11.1B.
1B? Okay.
Promise I was on my way out. Couple things. It's great to have community schools dollars to provide additional things, but the LCAP and LCFF is written so that we prioritize dollars for those needed students. They're generating extra dollars. So we should be providing extras for them with that, not worrying about what everybody gets. But as far as 11.1B, I'd be remiss if I left and, not talk about the personnel transaction that isn't here, but I'm assuming it's forthcoming based on what I saw in the news. The vice principal of West Campus, who was a victim of a racist incident, is now leaving. In many spaces that I serve in, LCAP, BAAAB, we've been assured that, outcomes were going to be on the way. It's been months. We just met with the attorney that was hired to oversee, these outcomes. It's unfortunate. You guys as a board have stated your priority for longevity when we're talking about the superintendent. How much talent have we lost on his watch? Longevity in relationships with our kids, our teachers, our school sites. How much talent have we lost that are relevant and reflect the actual students that are in the schools? If that's not an issue, I know where I believe it lies, but, if you guys don't have a problem with that, then you'll continue to reward these outcomes. We can't replace those people, can't replace the impacts that they've had, on this generation, previous generations. So I'm just asking you guys to be across the board. Like if we're going to, reward longevity, I think that the polar opposite of that is losing people. And last I checked, people choosing to stay in the district or leave the district sits at the feet of the superintendent. Good night.
Thank you. Good evening. All right, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? I have a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Yes to all concession items.
Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
All right. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports. We have received our future board meetings. Dates and locations are June 9th at 4:30 closed session, 6:30 open here. June 23rd, please take note, these are changed. June 23rd, 4:30 closed session, 6:30 here. Can I get a motion to adjourn? I'm getting tired.
Member Pritchett, I
Yes,
just want to,
yes.
real quickly, I was hoping to do...
Yes, I apologize.
That's
I
okay.
skipped right over.
That's all right. I was hoping just to tie some of these comments to the LCAP before we moved on to consent agenda. I don't want to interrupt, but and I'd be happy to do this if that's what the board wishes me to do whenever I attend an event or conference or learning opportunity. I'd be happy to report to the community if you so desire, but I do want to just touch on the fact that earlier this week we did have an opportunity to visit several Arkansas schools where we were able to see teachers and staff working collaboratively to meet the needs of students through a very focused approach in the use of student information, both academic and otherwise. I do want to just make clear that we did not observe any of that type of work in Little Rock. And I know that was some comments that were made in public comment welcoming me back to Sacramento. The trip itself was coordinated in partnership with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, CCEE, as well as the Sacramento County Office of Ed. SCOE as part of our direct technical assistance and differentiated assistance, given that that is a status that we hold based on some of the improvements that we have to make in Sac City. We were fortunate to have had members Villa, Wu, Phillips join, as well as Chief Vieta and a couple of other staff members. And it was very motivating to see how an entire state, first and foremost, has invested in this type of work that recognizes the roles and the experience, the expertise of our site leaders and their teachers in developing collaborative learning opportunities that we were able to see have changed student outcomes in a very targeted and structured manner, which is what we're hoping to do through our own efforts with an MTS model here in Sac City Unified. We're very grateful to CCEE, to SCOE, to the Stewart Foundation as well for their support in making that trip possible. And we'll continue to work with those types of entities and others to grow our network of partners as, again, we continue to implement a robust MTSS framework here in Sac City Unified. And I'll defer to you, Member Pritchett, if you want me to come back after every visit that I do, focused on how do we improve what we're trying to do here in Sac City. I'd be happy to. Just let me know.
All right, thank you, Superintendent, and thank you to you and the board members and staff who participated in this professional learning trip. The time and effort that you guys took to go on behalf of the district for our district and our students is just greatly appreciated. And it is incredibly valuable for our board and our staff to be able to observe the best practices and to hear the comments from those that had attended, of just hearing, these are ways that we want to make it. I think Christine said, like, the Disneyland of what we want, right? Like, we want that for our children. So just thank you all for going. And I'd love to see that here. And our board looks forward to seeing ways that this experience that you guys were able to share will benefit our students here at Sac City. And that way we can implement MTSS practices here. All right. Thank you, Superintendent. And with that, I'll take a motion for adjournment. So I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. All right. Good evening.
Good evening.